though.
Oh, they really should, man. It's stupid. An hour here, an hour there. Which way? I mean, that's just dumb. Just dumb.
It's
For
banging.
what? Farmers?
Daylight savings
For farmers?
is the best. What do you mean about farmers? They don't care. All they worry about is what time the sun comes up and down, type of thing. That's
Shit.
all they worry about.
I mean, farmers, man. They're out there in their combines harvesting at night with their headlights on. So why can't they do it in the morning? I mean, I don't know. I'm ignorant. I don't know what they do. You know, why they change it and they say it's for farmers. I don't know why.
Crazy. This place was popping last night. It was out of
I
control.
know. Now
it
it's
was out of control.
Now it's like a ghost town. What the fuck's going on with these people?
I don't know where they went. None of my servers I'm subscribed to are full. Other than 24/7.
Rumpus came in and held down the fort. Him and Whitset. Whatnot. Place was banging.
Are they getting rid of their vaccine passports in Aussie soon?
Are they?
Yeah, are they?
Don't know.
The restrictions that there's not going to be any more vaccine passport in New Zealand from midnight on the 4th of April.
Okay.
Which is a good thing.
We do a lot of business in New Zealand. I thought you were from Australia.
Auckland.
Yes. You go to New Zealand a lot, or?
Yeah. I'm in New Zealand.
Wait, Auckland is in New Zealand?
Yeah, it's the biggest city in New Zealand of 1.5 million people.
You're Carlos. Carlos, I thought you were whites.
Oh, okay.
You guys all fucking sound alike to me. Sorry.
You all sound alike.
My wife was watching this thing on TikTok about this young 14-year-old Indian boy. He does astrology. I think he might be some type of clairvoyant as well, but he predicted COVID and all of that and a few other things. And he reckons that the entire world is all going to be over by May, sometime in May. And sometime in May, there's going to be a really big change, which is even bigger, but it's for the good. Something really good going to happen.
In May?
A date.
Yeah, sometime in May. Yeah.
So basically, the whole of May, I've got to be down at the beach sipping on my coffee martinis. What?
Tell Bob to cancel my fucking underground fucking bunker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's why Bob was in here yesterday too for a bit, wasn't he?
Oh, I was talking about Bob Dole.
Oh, Bob Dole. Oh.
No, that Bob was in here when you were sleeping just now. I don't know what he was saying. Oh, LIGO. Okay, here's what happened when you were sleeping.
Oh, okay, yeah. Hit me.
He tells me we got a straight line in LIGO. We've already done a forest line thing. I'm like, all right.
Cool.
So he's like, you just got to bring a water level there. I'm like, okay, assuming they'll let me do that, bring a mile-long water level in a LIGO. Let's just say they have a crazy idea and let me actually do that. I'm like, I put the water level up to the tube, the LIGO laser tube, right?
Yeah.
And let's say it matches. Does that mean that the water's horizontal? No, tube's horizontal? Does that mean that the water's curving and the tube's curving? I'm like, how do you differentiate? And he tried to give some convoluted answer, but it really really didn't make sense because even if it's off, let's say we bring the water level in there and it's off and it doesn't match. At the tube straight and the water's curving, or the water's straight and the tube's curving. Like it doesn't.
I think he said then the tube is not level.
The tube is not level.
Yes, so if you bring, I mean the LIGO tube, right? So
Yeah.
if you bring the water level to one end and the other end of you bring to the middle of the tube, and they don't
Yeah.
match, it means that the tube is not level. That's right. That's correct.
Yeah.
No, but how do we know that? Okay, but that's based on the tube being straight. How do we know the tube's not? How do we know
No,
the tube's straight?
No, that's not. That's regardless of the tube being straight or not. Like, if the tube is level, it's gonna follow like the level of the water. So if it doesn't, then
If
it's
the
not
water's
level.
okay, listen to me. I bring scenario one. We bring the water level in, and it all matches, right? It's the water level matches the tube level.
Mm-hmm.
How do we know at that point if the tube is curving or the tube is straight and the water? Like, how do we know the tube's straight and the water's straight, or if we know the tube's curving and the water? There's no way to differentiate.
Yeah, if you're using the straightness of the tube as an unknown, of course, yeah, you're not gonna know that. But
Yeah,
the
that's
idea
what I was
is
trying to explain to him. He couldn't fucking handle it though.
Well,
the idea is that. So let me just finish that, Bent. The idea is that all right, the tube is known to be straight. That's the premise, right? So you can check that against the water, and then check if level is also straight. So if they match, then level will be straight. If they don't match, then level is curved. But
If
that
the
is
tube
under the
is straight.
assumption that the tube's straight. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's
Which
been
we have
my
no way
argument.
to. We have no way to tell if the tube's actually
Yeah.
straight.
Yeah,
Right.
That's been my argument. If they've built it perfectly straight from point A being the middle, and those arms go out perfectly horizontal from point A, right? And this is what they claim that they did, because they had to account for Earth's curvature to get it straight. And we have a body of water, a canal next to it as a reference point, right? We should be able to compare the two by putting a spirit level on that arm, right? And if that spirit level is level all the way along, it's either A, the Earth is curved, right? Could be that.
No,
right?
spirit level
No.
wouldn't work.
If the arm is bent and not straight, right? This is what I'm saying.
Right, but
But
it's
you've got to nail them down. You've got to nail them down to say that the arm has been built perfectly straight.
no, that's using a spirit level is not good, because I think the angle, how much the angle diverges from horizontal in the ends of the tube is less than the error bar of the spirit level.
No, not from one
but
end to the other. Not from one end to the other.
right, but yeah, but the error. Wait, but the error. Each time you use the spirit level, you don't, like, it's a measurement for each point that you're measuring. You don't
Yeah.
accumulate. That's not something you accumulate. Using a water level, that'll help you, because in the middle, I think you get some inches of difference, and that you can.
Well, no, on the ends.
No.
Hold on. If they made it level on the end, you'd definitely be. Or I'm sorry, if they made it level in the middle, you'd definitely be able to tell by putting a spirit level on one of the ends.
No, actually no, because it's still a very small arc.
Okay, so
like,
it's going to be off of the spirit level a very small bit.
yeah, but that's I'm telling you, I think that's smaller than any spirit level error bar.
No, I'm telling you, you'll be able to pick it up with a good quality
Oh,
spirit.
okay. So what's
Definitely
the error bar?
Yeah,
What's the error bar of a
definitely.
good quality spirit level?
They're very, very, very minute.
Yeah, but I need a number. I need a number, because I know.
Bacon, I can't give you a number. I can't.
So you
give
can't
you a
make
number.
that claim. So you can't make that claim,
I
because
can make that claim. Because I can put a couple of cigarette papers underneath the spirit level and work out that it's
that
off.
doesn't matter. The thing
Yes,
is,
it does matter.
let me explain you why that doesn't matter, right?
No.
So the angle.
For the sake of
Benzo,
arguing, Bacon.
listen to. I didn't make the argument yet. I'm just telling you what the argument is going to be. I didn't give you the reasoning yet. So, if you calculate how much the ends should be diverging from horizontal, right? So how much they would be off horizontal, which is what you're trying to use the spirit level to capture. That's a very small number, right? And you're saying, well, the precision of my spirit level is also a very small number, right? So we need to know which of those small numbers is the smallest. And you're saying, I don't need to. Well, of course you need, because if the number that I'm telling you that is very small is smaller than yours, then you can use yours. If your number is smaller than mine, then yeah, you can use it. So if you don't have the numbers, you're just saying, well, I have a very small number for the precision. Well, I also have a small number for the angle. If you
That's the
don't
other
have those
thing.
numbers, how can you claim one is bigger than the other?
I
Well,
tell you what I can do. I can measure 8 inches quite easily. I can measure 8 inches, and I can measure 4 inches. I can measure 4 inches with my hand. I don't even need a tape measure, Bacon. I
Yeah,
can measure that with my
that's
hand.
why I'm telling you it's better to use an auto level, because the auto level is going to give you some inches of difference. You can see that with your eye. The spirit level is a very bad way to do it, because at least if you, I mean, you have to have a very precise one that is more precise than the angle you're trying to measure. If it's not more precise than the angle you're trying to measure, then you're not going to be able to measure that, right?
So if I set up an auto level at one end, right, and I'm shooting 2 kilometers, that is going to be more precise than my spirit level. Never, not over 2 kilometers. My spirit level will be more accurate than that auto level over 2 kilometers.
Okay, so
Yeah, the
but
spirit level's not affected by. Oh, go ahead, Bacon.
well, the thing is, with the spirit level, you're gonna measure the angle. The angle is a pretty small number. With the level, you're gonna measure difference in height, and that's gonna be inches. So what is easier, to measure inches, or to measure like a tenth of an arc minute, or like some arc seconds? What?
It is.
The thing is, you go ahead,
Go,
man.
Jeremy. No, go, Jeremy. Go, jump in.
The thing
Let
is,
me
you'd be
let me
able to put the
do the
spirit.
math first. Then we
You'd be
okay.
able to
One
put the
second.
spirit. You'd be able to put the spirit level on one side, right? One of the far sides. You'd see that the bubble's leaning towards one way, towards the outer edge, the
Yeah, but
opposite side of the line.
if
And then if
that
you
is
put it on the other, then if you put it on the other side, it should be leaning the other way towards the outer edge, right? Is that how it would work?
Yep.
yeah, if
Yeah.
like, but if the angle is too small, then the bubble is not gonna move. Like you need a certain amount of angle
The
to.
bubble will move. The bubble will move.
No, that's
Yeah,
why
they
they
make
have.
some pretty precise. They
Yeah,
make some pretty
exactly.
precise spirit levels.
Yeah, and then that's what the precision I'm asking. Well, how precise is that? So
Yeah.
that's the number I'm asking. So if you don't know, like we have two small numbers: the precision on the spirit level, the angle we're trying to measure, right? If we don't know those, I'm gonna calculate one of them, which is the angle you should measure, right? And then I'm gonna look up what's the precision of spirit level. Then we can solve this.
All right.
But you cannot
All right.
say, right?
All right. You get
You're
onto
right.
it,
Run a
Bacon.
number.
Yeah, run the
Run a
numbers.
number.
But I'm telling you, if you're using an auto level or a theodolite
Is it
over a
4 kilometers?
kilometer, over. Well, I thought the arms were 2 kilometers long,
No, I think it's
thereabouts.
4, but
Okay,
because
It's
the
2 miles.
so 4's even worse. 4 mile.
oh, it's
Is
better.
even worse. And you want me to choose an auto level, Bacon? Come on, get in the real world.
Yeah, I think it's 4. I think it's 2 miles each arm.
Okay, so 4 kilometers. 4 kilometers then. Yeah.
Right, but the middle one is like the level, right? It's leveled in the middle.
Yeah,
So
I'm with Vance on this. I think the spirit level's easy.
Yeah.
Easy, you're going to be able to see it.
Yeah. And
Especially if you have
you,
not a Home Depot spirit level.
no,
Precision
not Home Depot.
spirit level, like one of those real precise ones.
We're talking
right,
about an
so
engineer's level.
There
the
you go.
angle would be 0.018 degrees. Yeah, if I done it correctly, it's 0.018 degrees. So
And
0.018.
and I'm telling you,
yes,
right now, even if that spirit level, right, isn't spot on accurate, right, even if it isn't, all you are looking for, Bacon, is movement in that bubble. That's all you're looking for.
Right, but there's a minimum amount of angle for the bubble to start moving, which gives you the precision of your spirit level.
Have you
So if,
worked
for
with these
example,
things?
if
They can.
so, if the bubble starts moving at 0.1 degree, that's the precision of your spirit level. You can be accurate down to 0.1 degree.
Okay.
Right?
You Google how many degrees does it take a bubble to move in a level?
But that depends on the level. It's a precision. You just look at the precision. If it tells you the precision is 0.1 degree, that's how much angle you need
Well,
to.
technically speaking, no, it doesn't depend on the level because the bubble is a bubble in a bubble of a bubble,
Yeah. So
right?
why do spirit levels have different precisions then?
Now that's a different question because the way the bubble has been set in the spirit level itself, right, horizontal to the top and bottom surface, right, that is the precision that they are talking about. Okay, they are not talking about what angle it takes to move that bubble. They are talking about the actual setting of the bubble in the spirit level, that it will be horizontal to both the top and the bottom surface. That's the precision they are talking about.
Yeah, sure, but like you have a liquid there. You have a little bit of how do you call it? Is it drag? Like the friction between the liquid and
Well,
the like
see,
it won't be infinitely precise. If that was the case, you could never like using your hands get the bubble to be in the middle. Like your hands
You don't use your hands.
no,
no,
I'm telling you, if you pick a level with your hand and you play with a little bit, you can get the bubble to stay in the middle for some seconds, right?
but
And
you're
we know
yeah,
that your like the muscles in your hand are never completely like stopped. They are always moving a little bit, and we know they're moving a little bit. That is not enough to move the bubble, right? So there's some amount of inaccuracy that the bubble is not going to move because you have the friction of the liquid against the plastic of the bubble level, right? They probably can use different liquids, or I don't know what they can do to improve the accuracy of the bubble level, right? But you can't make the claim that they're infinitely precise.
I've never made that claim that they are infinitely precise.
Well, right. So there is an imprecision on them, right?
Right? Yeah, but the imprecision is in the setting of the bubble in the
Okay,
spirit level,
that's still enough to
right?
mess up. That's still enough to mess up your validation of LIGO's.
No,
Of course.
because no, not of course, right? You're missing the point. Even if the bubble is set in the spirit level at the incorrect angle, right? That's regardless. That doesn't make any difference whatsoever, right?
Sure it does, because if LIGO
No,
is
hold on for 2 seconds, just 2 seconds, right? Let me finish. It doesn't make any difference if that bubble is
why?
set in because I'm about to tell you, right? I'm about to tell you, right? It doesn't make any difference because, right, when you move that level, even if it is set incorrectly, when you move it from one end to the other, right, the bubble will move regardless of the inaccuracies, because all the bubble is the accuracy of that bubble, right? You are
Okay, yeah, I
reading
get your answer. I get your answer.
between the two black lines,
Right. So
right?
it's gonna move regardless of the thing being straight or not. Like if it's
It'll
set
move.
wrongly, right? So if you put it perfectly straight and the LIGO happens to be perfectly horizontal, the bubble's gonna move, right? Because if the imprecision is in the setting, that gives the spirit level a bias. It doesn't give you an imprecision; it just gives you a bias.
Yeah.
That's
If
different.
your
That's
bubble
different. One
is
second, Benson.
yeah.
That's different from like the resolution of the equipment. For example, with a sextant, you can measure down to like depending on the sextant, you can get to 0.1 arc minutes, right? So or 6 arc seconds. So that's the resolution of your sextant. But there's the index error, which means that if you put at 0, sometimes when you look through the sextant, it's not actually a 0. There's like a bias. So there, the bias is different than the resolution. Do you understand it?
Hmm.
Sure.
Sure.
All right, right. Just because that's important. Like, anyway. So what you're claiming is the inaccuracy comes only from the bias. It's not telling me anything about its resolution, and the resolution is what I'm telling you would be the minimum amount of angle for the bubble to start moving. And if you say there's 0 amount of angle, it means that the resolution is infinite, right?
I'm
Which I don't
telling
think
you that
exists.
if we put a spirit level at point A on LIGO and we take it 4 kilometers down the other end, right, and it's not horizontal, you are going to see a difference in that spirit level, regardless of the drag of the bubble in the tube or the
Right.
inaccuracy
Well, the thing
of
is, if there's a
the thing.
bias and the bias is bigger than the angle of the ends of LIGO, then the bias is not gonna allow you to measure. Let me
Well,
give you an example.
you need to do some figures, right, on the
Yeah,
drag of
let's do it.
bubbles
Let's do it.
inside the tube, right? You need to work out the figures. So what's the drag coefficient of the bubble inside the tube of a spirit level?
Fuck, yo, you could just Google. Just Google. The fuck, man. Just Google. You could just do a simple Google search on how much of an angle a spirit level can detect, or you could do the drag coefficient thing. I don't know which ones.
Uh,
Oh
Right.
god.
So Bento, let's make an example, right?
yeah.
Let's okay. So I came up with an example here. So let's say you have an infinitely precise spirit level, right?
Uh-huh.
I'm not saying you say that. I don't say that, of course. But just
Yep.
let's just contemplate that possibility. So you
Yep.
have right. It's infinitely precise, but when they manufactured it, they set it with an inaccuracy of 0.02 degrees, right? So if you put the spirit level on the table, right,
Uh-huh.
and you try to make the table very very straight using that spirit level, it's gonna turn out to be actually 0.02 degrees tilted, right? If you're using
Uh-huh.
that spirit level, right?
100%.
Okay.
100%.
Well,
If it's spot on. If
Right.
it's 0.02 degrees off, when I go to set my table up, it'll be 0.02 degrees off. Yep.
Right. Okay.
okay.
And then so now let's use that same spirit level. Let's go to LIGO.
Yeah.
The angle in LIGO is 0.018. So it's a little bit less than that, right? Instead of
Uh-huh.
0.12, it's 0.02, it's 0.018, right? So if you put the water level, the spirit level right there, say it's tilted, the right part is tilted up. So when you put there, the bubble moves to the right
Uh-huh.
because it's as straight as horizontal as it is. It's not. I mean, it's not horizontal. It's tilted up, but it's tilted up less than the spirit level, right?
Uh-huh.
So the bubble is still gonna go to the part that is biased to go. Now, if you go to the other side and do the same thing, the bubble is still gonna go to the exact same direction because now it's actually worse. Now, even if the spirit level was correct, the bubble would already go to that direction, right? So even LIGO being angled 0.018, just the bias of your spirit level is gonna make that sound gonna make it seems like they not are both tilted, but they're tilted to the same direction, which doesn't make sense for either the globe or for the flat Earth, right? It's gonna say that the whole thing is diagonal, not it's tilted down from the middle, but like it would look like the left part is tilted down and the right part is tilted up. You know,
So
which
are you saying that that bubble won't move at all?
no, I'm saying it's gonna move in both ends to the same direction, which is
Yeah.
gonna
How about?
But the
Go
bubble
ahead,
will
man.
move, yeah? The bubble will move, yes?
yeah, but it's gonna move if they're tilted.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
but that's not helping your point. The bubble is gonna move
It
if
is helping what
no, if LIGO is completely straight and it's also level, bubble's gonna move. If LIGO is completely straight and level is curved, the spirit level is still gonna move to the same direction. It's gonna give you the exact same outcome.
Okay. How about this? How about we hang a plumb line on the ends? That would tell us for sure, right? Because we can always find 90 degrees. We can always find perpendicular from plumb, right?
Well, you
How
need
accurate can we get with that?
yeah, yeah. If you're more than 0.018, yeah, but I'm not sure if you can
Can
be
we get? Can we
0.018.
get? Can we get perfectly perpendicular
Mm.
from plumb?
I don't think you can do perfectly anything in real life.
How close can we get to?
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah,
Are you
That's
basically
half the problem with the rectilinear, probably.
are
Experiment.
you saying that we can't measure it, Bacon?
sorry.
Are you saying we can't measure it?
No, I think with the water level, I mean, I'm not sure how water level behaves across 2 kilometers. But if it's just a matter of waiting until the water stops going up and down, or using like an oil instead of water, I think that would be better, because now you just have to wait until it stops going up and down, and see if the middle is some inches above the ends. You know,
So for argument's sake, Bacon, right, you would agree that this arm has been built perfectly horizontal from point A, right, the middle, all the way out, and it's perfectly straight and horizontal from point A. Yes, you would agree with that?
point A is like the middle one.
The middle.
Yeah, then
Yes.
yeah, sure.
Yeah, you would agree with that. All right. So we can't use a spirit level. We can't use a uh, auto level or a theodolite because of the optics. Plumb bobs are out of the question. What happens if we had a reference point like water to measure it against? Right, because if you claim that it is perfectly straight, right, and horizontal from point A, if we had a reference point of water that we could measure the surface of the water up to that arm, right, all the way along, there should be a distinct measurement of at least 8 inches. Right, it's going 2 mile, so it should be, what is it, 16 inches or whatever it is. 64. I think it's 64 over 2 miles, isn't it? That we should be able to measure. Would you agree with that? If we were able to reference that arm to a body of water, we should be able to measure that very, very easily. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. Yeah, that's what I'm proposing. But I was
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
like assuming a water level instead of the canal. I'm not sure how easy it is to use the canal actually.
Yeah, but how do you
Well,
know, Bandsaw? How do you know if you bring a water level in a LIGO, right?
yeah.
How do you know? How do you know if the water's like? Let's say it's 8 inches higher on either end. How
Yep.
do we know that the water's not straight and they just used the water and went up 8 inches on either end of the pipe? You know what I'm saying?
Well, we know that the water is straight and horizontal, right? And that's why they put the canal there, right, as a reference point to build this thing over such a long distance. Right? Because that makes logical sense.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm
Yeah.
saying, what if they just built what if the thing's not actually straight, but they just built it up off either end 8 inches
Mm.
and had it like sloping or something? I don't know. a slight slope down to the middle or something.
Well, I think,
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what
You
you're
wouldn't be able
saying.
to differentiate that with the water was not going to tell you if they did that or not. Just think about it. If you were a surveyor or something, and I called you straight in a perfectly straight horizontal line, I could just bust out a water level and be like, all right, I know the water's curving at 8 inches per mile, so I'm going to make your straight line. I'm just going to reverse engineer the curve to go up, and I'm going to mark off your straight line, your horizontal line like that.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. But I don't think they're that smart. To be honest with you. Damn. Hey, this is what it always boils down to, Jeremy, right? You want to take a measurement, you want to do something near, you can't do it. You can't do it. It's impossible. It's so small. The numbers are so small
Negligible.
or so big. The numbers are so small or so big. It's just impractical. That's what it
Right.
boils down to all the time.
Well,
All the time.
Yeah,
do you think we are justified when you do that?
Mm-mm.
No? You think
No,
we make the numbers smaller than it should be?
no. I think the numbers are what the numbers are.
Right.
Quite honest with you.
Yeah,
I
so
think they
if
are
we
what they are.
if you have
You're
a
not
model,
making anything. You're not
no,
making anything. I'm not
Bento,
putting that on you. Yeah.
if we have a model, right, and we're making claims about what we should expect to measure if this was the model. If we just want to test this model, we are going to just do the logical way to do for this model. So in this model, the radius of the Earth is 3969 miles, right? So if you ask how much should plumb diverge across a kilometer, and we give you a very small number. If that small number is the number it should be for 3969, that is justified, right? That's how much it should be. It doesn't make sense for us to give you a bigger number if that would imply a tiny Earth. If we gave you a big number, the continents wouldn't fit, right? We would get a tiny Earth that would not fit the areas of the continents that we have.
Yeah. I'm not arguing with you over. It's just kind of convenient a little bit, but to me, Bacon, and I hear what Jeremy said. They just reverse engineered it and build it up to marry the water. But if LIGO is supposed to be straight, right, and horizontal from point A, and we have a reference frame right next to the arm being water, right, we can reference the water to the arm and measure that 4 inches, that 8 inches, that 64 inches,
12
whatever
inches.
it is,
12.
12 inches or 12 inches. That's a huge number.
Yeah.
Well, like when we're talking about really little numbers and really big numbers, 12 inches is a massive number that can be easily measured. I don't even need a tape measure. Like I said, Bacon, I get my hand
You can
out
eyeball
and go
that.
bang, you can eyeball that puppy.
Exactly.
Right, happy days.
That's what I'm saying. Use the level of water. Don't use pure levels. Pure level is just a headache for LIGO.
Yeah, no, but I argued this a month ago using the canal next to it and using that as a reference frame.
Well, Bob said we could just give them a call. They'll let us go in there with a water level and do it up.
Happy days. Let's go. I'm booking a flight now, Jeremy. Right, we're going to ring up LIGO and we say we're coming down there to measure the Earth, and we're going to use your arm to measure it. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I'm sure they'll just let us waltz right in with it. You know,
Yeah.
1,000 gallons of water inside a little tube and put it right next to their $1 million, $1 billion fucking laser beam, and no problem.
Happy days.
Easy peasy. Yeah,
I know.
Just tell them you're sick of all the flat Earth bullshit and you want to end the nonsense one for once and for all. Pretend you're on the ball side.
I'm telling you, the way to do it is you call some surveyors up. Say, hey, can you make me a horizontal line? You see how they're going to do it. As long as they're not going to reverse engineer the water level, then we're good. You have a whole bunch of surveyors come and make stakes in the same spot, but you don't show them the other person's stakes. Every time a surveyor does a stake, you cover it up with a sheet. You cover it up with a sheet or something, right? So then you got 10 surveyors come make the 10 horizontal lines. You see if they all even match, first of all. And then if they do, you just put the water up to it. Boom.
Yeah, but let's say they don't know you're flat earther trying to.
They're not going to know because we're not going to tell them.
Right,
it has
right.
anything to do with flat earth.
So, okay. So let me just go on then. So let's say they don't know you're flat earther, and the way they try to make it straight is that they use the water level as a reference.
That's why I said you.
Wait. They calculate how much Earth is curving, and they take into account the level, and then make the ends higher, and then it matches LIGO because.
That's why I said you just see how they're going to do it. As long as they're not reverse engineering water, then you're good.
Oh, right. All right. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, but I mean, doing it optically has its own issues. But I guess surveyors know how to counter for that, right?
I mean, yeah, they should be able to make a horizontal line.
You'd hope so.
I would suspect you would do a double rotting method or something.
And you ask them to do that like with inch precision, I guess.
Yeah, that would be one of your questions. You would say, "Hey, I want to make a horizontal line a mile long. What's your plus minus on it? How many inches within perfectly horizontal can you get it? If they say 10 inches, you're out. If they say 3 inches or something like that, 2 inches, and all right, let's do it up because we need 8 inches.
And then they ask you, where do I do it? And you say, right at the side of LIGO.
No, we would get our own thing.
Oh, right. So you can compare it to water yourself.
Yeah, we can just bring our own water.
Yeah, so that's your own LIGO, right? Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, we make our own little LIGO.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's a good. I would help. I'll help that if someone start raising.
Yeah, like I said, as long as they're not going to reverse engineer the water and just break out a water level and measure up 8 inches on or 4 inches on ends or whatever,
Right. Can they use GPS or just optical tools?
I mean, I don't know. I would have at least a couple guys. Like, say you're going to have 10 guys do it. I would have at least half of them not use GPS. You want as many different ways as possible. So you would have, half of them not use GPS.
So we're going to make many straight lines.
Yes, many straight lines.
Many, yeah.
That way you don't want to just go off one dude.
That sounds a bit expensive, but that's I think that's like doable, right?
No, God Scalpel called surveyor up, and he said one of the surveyors was so interested he offered to do it for a case of beer, but it was like 10 hours away or something. So we didn't end up doing it. But
10 hours away isn't that far.
10 hours with gas prices.
He should have offered him 2 cases. Would have been there in a heartbeat, probably.
You know how far I live
2
from my
cases
girlfriend?
in a bottle. What's up?
You know how far I live from my girlfriend, and I go there all the time.
Bro, a 10-hour drive. You know how much gas money that's going to run you these days?
Yeah, not very cheap, but I mean, we're talking about testing the shape of the Earth, right? That 10 hours doesn't sound like a big deal to me.
Yeah, but guys will drive forever to get some. I saw a guy who walked for fucking 3 months once to get some. There was some story from India or some Indian guy or walked through the Himalayan mountains or some shit for fucking 8 months or something to meet a girl once.
How far do you drive, Bacon, to meet your girlfriend?
Sorry?
How far do you travel to meet up with your girlfriend?
It's 3,000 kilometers.
What the fucking? What do you mean? Oh, okay.
That's like a 30-hour drive.
1,000 kilometers? That's like me dating someone in like California or something.
Damn.
Yeah, I live
He's
in the
all-
south of Brazil. She lives in north of Brazil. I mean, Brazil is the biggest country north to south, so that's
What?
quite far.
Oh, and you're driving on crazy fucking roads on the side
No,
of cliffs and
I'm
shit,
not
right?
driving that. No, I'm not driving that. I'm just going. It's
I
just
seen some of
airplane.
those crazy ass roads on there where the road is so tiny and there's just two cars coming. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I think those are like in rural places. But they're
So
like
when
okay, go on, sorry.
well, I was going to say, when are you going to make an honest woman out of her, Bacon?
You mean propose?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I was thinking about that yesterday.
Don't do it. It's a trap.
Right.
It's a booty trap.
He's
That's how they
already
get
trapped.
the.
He's already traveling 3,000 kilometers.
Holy shit! You know how much money you'll save? You know how much money you'll save? Why don't
Uh,
you guys move in together or something?
Yeah, I know I didn't do the math and I don't want to.
No shit. You save about $8,000 a fucking month on gas.
No, I didn't do that often.
That's
You
commitment.
better get a
That
fucking
is
catapult.
commitment, man. I can
You better
see
get a
the
catapult and shoot.
How much Earth curve there is between us? Let me take a look.
uh,
Yeah, mind the hump. Mind the bulge. Don't trip over that bulge on the way.
Yeah, it's 109 miles of hump in between. The
no way.
Sagittarius is
Yeah,
109
what?
miles. Yeah.
It's quite a climb. Hope you've got your hiking boots
Man.
and a
Like
Well,
shirt pocket or two.
sounds like the hump is worthwhile, Bacon.
A lot of hump.
well, the distance is like half the radius of the Earth.
That's crazy. That's commitment. That is commitment right there.
Yeah,
That just sounds retarded.
Right?
So much bulge.
Well, anyway, I gotta go, guys. Yeah.
All right, Bacon.
Hi,
Thanks
big.
for that, buddy. Nice chat. He's got to pack his bags and his walking shoes.
Dude, holy shit, bro.
I know.
Dude, that's like me. I live in New York. That's like me dating someone in California and driving it to see her. I don't give a fuck if I only went once a month.
It's like a 3-day trip. That's crazy.
That's an obnoxious drive. Yeah, man. Holy shit. God bless him.
Yeah. Good luck to him.
You better be able to suck the leather off a football right now. You better be able to suck a booger out of elephant tusk.
She'd want to be flexible, that's for sure.
Holy shit, man. Unbelievable. I wouldn't do it. I don't know, man. She'd have to be some hell of a fucking. I don't know. After like I used to live in Vermont and I met my wife, and that shit was like an hour drive. And I was like, yo, we got to move in together. Because this drive fucking ridiculous. I was doing it like once a week. And she could drive an hour there, an hour back. I'm like, we got to move in together before we were married. Just because of the drive. Yo, it's fucking crazy.
It was an hour. Eh,
1 hour, yeah. An hour and like 15 minutes maybe. Vermont's like right around the corner.
yeah.
But I was like, yo, this is fucking stupid, this drive.
You hear Rumpus this morning or your morning, Jeremy?
Yeah, he's a spaz. He's a spaz. He said there's no
Yeah.
flat spots anywhere on Earth. Because he said the geodetic surveyors
Mm.
call something curved flat. I'm like, well, what do they do when they encounter something that's actually flat? Do they have a name for it? He's like, there is nothing's flat. I'm like, bro. Even Moyak was backing me up. Moyak's like, you know what? I have to agree with you. There probably is flat spots on Earth somewhere. I'm like, yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
Even if it is curved, even if you do think it's a globe, there's bound to be some fucking flat spots somewhere. Come on.
It was funny because usually when he gets muted once, he puts himself on deafen and he just checks out of the conversation. And I reckon between
Hey, though,
myself
yeah.
and Whitson and Fuzzy, he got muted about a dozen times at least. But he got a pretty good run.
Usually if he knows it's just, like, if it's just a temporary mute. The other day he left, I just threatened to mute. I'm like, Rumpus, you got to control yourself, or I'm just gonna have to temporarily mute you. And he just fucking left.
Gone.
But sometimes you'll catch him on a good day where he'll take those temp mutes.
Yeah.
It's always good when he does that because then you can actually have some kind of conversation.
Yeah. He did calm down a bit at the end, I must say. He did settle down a little bit at the end.
Bro, I get so nervous when shit gets crazy in the room because, like, I want to keep it going, the conversation and shit. And I feel like if you start muting everyone, felt so bad. I kept muting eggshells earlier, but every
But
time the room would get chaos.
you're the one that muted eggshells because I got blamed for that. You blamed me for muting him. And it's just
Listen,
like, what, bro? I didn't mute you.
listen. Every time it got crazy, he just happened to be the one that I saw Mike lighting up. So I was
Yeah.
like, shit, bro. And last night, I swear to God, he DM'd me. He's like, hey, I'm about to have a chat with someone. I was like, oh, I'm gonna go to bed, bro. I'll catch you tomorrow or something. He's like, all
Yeah.
right. Oh, you're a very good mod, by the way. I was like, thank you. I've used him like 5 times today. I felt so bad, but
If you only knew. If you only knew that it was you
Oh,
that were
God.
doing the muting. But he called me out in text chat saying that I muted him. It's like, what the fuck, bro?
It was only for a second, only for a couple seconds
Yeah,
each
I
time.
know.
But,
But you kind of at times you just got to mute someone, even if it's the wrong person. You just got to mute someone. Just
I mean, whoever's mic's lighting up, don't even worry about
bang,
who it is.
locked and
Yeah.
loaded, bang, click.
Just to get the room under control, tell everyone else it's just temporary. I'm just gotta get the room under
Yeah.
control. I'll tell you what doesn't help is when people start spazzing out and then other people think they are the mod and they
Yeah.
start yelling for them to stop. It's like, dude, you're not helping because now I have 10 more people screaming in the mic.
Yeah, we had a couple doing that last night, bloody shouting out and trying to get the room under control and stuff like that. And it's just like
I told him,
when
like, yo,
you're I was going to say, when you're speaking up, trying to get the attention of the room, right? And people should know who the mods are in the room. In all seriousness, Jeremy, and like if the mod is speaking, trying to get control of the room, people should shut up. But then people are screaming over the top of you, trying to get order themselves. It's like, what the fuck is going on?
yeah.
Give me a break.
You love it.
We recognise the problem. We're trying to deal with it. You ain't helping peoples.
Oh my God, my fucking feet are killing me. I haven't done this much manual labor since I left this job last time.
How you liking being a working man again, Jeremy?
Oh, I'd rather be home.
Clicking and tapping.
Tapping the cell phones, taking care of the kid. I don't even tap them that much, really. It's just like whenever I'll lay them all out on the kitchen table, And then
Yeah.
like if I'm cooking dinner and I'm waiting for the rice or chicken or whatever to get done, I'll tap them a little bit. Or if I'm doing dishes or whatever, I'm just kicking around the house.
Did you negotiate a better wicket to be on when you went back?
A better what?
Wicket, a better pay rate.
Oh, no. I actually got less because it's part-time pay.
Oh, okay. You get less part-time.
Oh, yeah, big time less.
Damn, here, if you're part-time, you actually get a higher rate of pay if you're
Oh,
part-time.
shit.
Yeah. Part-time and casual, you get a higher rate because you don't get like your annual leave, your sick leave, all these other sorts of things.
Yeah.
So they give you a higher rate to kind of compensate for that sort of stuff.
But wouldn't that just push for more people to just work part-time?
I think people like the security of full-time, Jay, to be honest with you. Because being part-time or casual, you can be let go at any time. Like at the drop of a hat, bang, see you later, pack your bags at the end of the day, gone. Whereas at least being full-time, they've got to give you notice.
Yeah, and full-time you get health care, you get
But wait
paid
a minute.
vacations.
After at least over here, after a certain like 3 months or whatever, depending on the company, some of them is 6 months. It doesn't matter if you're part-time or quote unquote full-time. After a certain time, you will get the benefits regardless. So you're in the schedule. They can't just kick you out like that. That doesn't work like that.
Yeah, I think like if you're working in a job casually and you're working say pretty much full-time hours, Jay, or say 30, 40 hours a week, and you're on casual rates, and if you do that for 3 months straight, I think technically speaking, they have to offer you a full-time position, or you can ask for a full-time position. But some people do stay on the casual because they like the pay rate, because it is quite a bit higher. It's anything between 15 and 20% higher than the full-time rate.
Because then you could just go do two, like say one part-time job's 4 hours. You could go get another part-time job for 4 hours.
Yep.
And now you're making whatever more
Exactly.
a day. Yeah.
Exactly.
For the
No,
price
second
of
job
price
is
of one
taxed higher.
full-time job. I mean, it actually seems like a good deal for the people.
Mm. What are you saying, White? Trying to jump in?
The second job here, if you're employed 2 employers, got to choose one as your main.
Yeah.
Decide which one is your second, and your second one is taxed higher. So sometimes, there's a fine balance. You got to work out where the threshold is, whether it's worth doing 2 jobs or not.
Okay. So what happened is when they established this, people took full advantage of it, and they had it legislated and regulated the shit out of it. Like if you get 2 jobs, then they're gonna get taxed more.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Can't be having people earning more money, Jay. No way.
God, no, they might get ahead.
Playing a game with us. It's called Get All Their Money. They're winning.
Seems like a good social game.
I tend to agree with you there, Jeremy, but I would leave out the if they're winning. Just the get their money part.
Well, I mean, think about it. The rich people, when we get money, they end up getting the money because what do? We go out and buy a whole bunch of shit off of Amazon, or we buy Tesla. You pay your
Jeremy,
your car
you're roboting
insurance.
real bad, bro.
You pay your car note. My bad. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Charge your iPods.
So listen, when we get money, they end up getting the money, right? Because we got to pay our rent, we pay our car note, we pay our mortgage, we buy a whole bunch of shit off of Amazon. Like they end up getting all the money back that we make. So
Yeah, we gave it right back to them. That's true.
Yeah.
Looks like Bob is waiting for a someone to chat with. He's in asylum, all on his own, just waiting.
I don't want to diss anyone, but I think them guys try to pick on like easy targets, and we ain't easy here.
Yeah, it's like I think like they're searching for like material and stuff.
Yeah.
Like for ideas for videos for their channels. It has nothing to do with like a genuine conversation.
Yeah, like I'll make them look silly here. So that's not going to be good material for them. They're trying to pick on like, newbie people or maybe people that aren't, as good or whatever. Like, I'm not trying to diss anyone, but I'm pretty much like one of the best. So
You're like 13.48.
top 10. Top 10. Don't listen to Sean G. Don't fucking listen to that guy. That fucking guy. 13.48. How do you even come up with that number?
He's got a list, apparently.
He doesn't. He's got a list. He's on my fucking list.
A list of meds. You looking forward to the future under Labor here, Bandy, or what?
I don't give a fat rat's clacker one way or the other, to be honest with you.
Rat. Well, okay, fair enough.
Not at
Andy's
all.
getting his $19 a day from the sun. He's getting his coffee martinis. I mean, he's all set.
Does not make any difference at all to my life. Never has, never will.
Until it impacts your life.
Look,
Lockdowns.
Politics always impact your life one way or the other, but I don't let it, really. That's why I vote for myself. Right.
They read the ballot. They're like, "Who the fuck is Bandsaw Bandit?" Is that how your shit works? You can just write any name you want on the thing.
Look, people think it's compulsory to vote in this country. It's not compulsory to vote at all. It's compulsory to get your name ticked off the ballot to say that you have attended to vote. So I do that. I follow the law, get my name ticked off, and then write my own name across a ballot sheet. I've been doing that for years.
Yeah, but do you put Bandsaw fucking Bandit, or do you put your name?
No, I put me. I write me.
Me. Not sure. Not sure.
I don't think everyone should even be allowed to vote. Like, do you even know what's going on when you go in there to vote? If you don't know what's going on, you shouldn't even be in there.
Like the politicians don't
You know
even
what
know
I'm
what's
saying?
going
Like,
on,
what?
Jeremy.
I know.
Look at Joe Biden.
Dude, that guy
hell.
is an incompetent mess. He's making us look horrible, dude. Horrible.
And
I can't
Camilla
wait
or
till he's out of
Kamala.
there. He is the pure a sign of pure weakness. At least with
Now this
Trump, at
laptop
least Trump's
thing,
a maniac. I mean, Trump's a maniac, but at least he doesn't portray weakness. You know what I mean? He dropped a Moab on somebody like his first month in office. That's fucking gangster shit. That's like, don't fuck with me or we're going to fucking bomb the shit out of your country.
Interesting.
I'm going to see if I can entice Bob to come in here. What do you reckon?
What
Jeremy?
with?
I'm going to be busy for the next like hour or something. I got to go help some people clean out their part of the school.
Oh, I'll sick
If you
white
want to
on
have
it.
a go.
I'll
Yeah,
sick white on it. He'll rip him. Idle sort him out.
Yeah, slappers be slapping is a new guy. Just let him know I'm a new guy.
Yeah, he's a new guy. There's a hold on.
That's what he's looking for. He's looking for a new guy or
Yeah,
somebody that's new
hold
to
on.
this arena so he can
Yeah,
make some
there's
good
a guy.
content.
Let's see.
Come check out the new guy.
I'll see. That's all that I'll put. There's a new guy that maybe you he wants to know who you are.
Slap. Tell him I'm slappers be slapping. And then if he says who's that, say he's the sound that you make when you slap all your baller friends' asses.
Hold on.
It's like an AFL team of ballers,
We'll
and they
see.
score a goal. You know.
He might not like your name, so he might not take us up.
Oh, that's all right.
What do you want to chat to him about? Optics, tangent lines.
The physicality of time.
Okay.
We say non.
Okay.
I didn't change one. It's about.
Yeah, what are you going to change it to? Apparently, you have to answer first. All right. The question is, all right, he's got a question for you. All right. Can you have a right angle to a curved surface? You know, the one I just posted.
Okay, I can't see in there, but I am assuming that he's talking about like a tangent from the curve.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that's a tricky one, isn't it? Isn't that
Yeah.
tricky? I think that's a tricky one, personally, because
Depends
you
what
only
you
ever
mean.
have a perpendicular at that very finite point. As soon as you introduce another finite point next to it, you no longer have 90 degrees. And I don't even know if you had 90 degrees at a finite point.
So would there be a 90-degree angle if you were to draw a line from the radius to that tangent point and your horizontal?
From the radius, yes.
Yes. So
Yeah, just not from the curve. Though.
So I'll put in there from the radius. Yes.
Oh, you're doing a text fucking chat with him.
Yeah.
Classic. He can't just get in VC.
Yeah.
A right angle to a curved surface? Is that what he's asking?
That's
to a
what
radius.
he's trying to
weasel in.
I'm trying to entice him.
I heard he was selling LIGO in here today. Is that true, guys?
Oh, apparently. SE, apparently.
Too bad I missed that. What is he playing? Text tag?
Oh, I tried to entice him.
Bob, you become a snowflake, man. A snowflake.
Who, me?
No, not you, bro. I said Bob.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're far from a snowflake.
Snowstorm, Benny. You're a snowstorm.
Snowstorm.
Yeah.
A blizzard. Ben's all blizzard.
Okay, then. Wrong answer. No conversation. Damn.
Oh, shit. That's okay. The radius
Bob,
to a
I'll
isn't
ask
90
you a
degrees,
question.
apparently. Oh, well. See you, Bob.
I'm sure he's listening.
Yeah, we understand your reservations.
Hey, Bob, can we travel?
Sucks.
Can we travel a shorter distance from 2 points than a straight line, Bob? Can we do that? You guys know that Bob claims that he traveled 1,050 miles on a flat plane, and he did it in 950 miles or 900. He cut off 100 and something miles off the trip.
Yeah, I heard some ridiculous story that in a car he traveled around and was able to work out that the Earth was a sphere by traveling in a car.
With GPS, no doubt, yes.
Yeah, I don't doubt that.
Is that pretty much right, SC? Traveling in
Well,
a car?
no, this is worse than that, bro.
No.
This is way worse, like 100 times worse than that. Did you understand what I said, Bansa? What he said? Did you catch that?
Yeah, just repeat it because I was replying to Bob. So
Right. So you have 2 points, right? Let's say
Yep.
from point A to point B on a flat plane. The shortest distance to that would be, would you agree, a straight line?
100% every day of the week and Christmas. Yep.
Beautiful. Now, if that distance were to be 1,050 miles, right? Do you think that it's possible to travel that distance in less than 1,050 miles?
So I'm traveling a straight line that is 1,050 miles
on a flat plane.
On a flat plane, it is impossible.
Well, I'm sorry to inform you, sir. You'd be wrong because somebody has already done that, and his name is Bob.
Wow. So he's actually bent space and time to do that. Fuck, that's something that needs sort of verifying.
Yeah, the only way you could do that, SC, the only possible way you could do that would be to dig a tunnel on a curved surface.
Yeah. But not on a plane, right? You couldn't do that on a plane, right? Because it would be longer.
Yeah, never. That is absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I can't even believe don't tell me he made a video about it. Please don't tell me he's actually put that out there.
Yeah. Not only that, he copyrighted the Bev for that video.
What?
Yeah, that would be the second time he did it. He's a weasel. Watch out for him. I warn everybody. Yeah.
That is no, well, he came over here the other day and I heard him say that he was my ears pricked because he said I'm collecting content and information. And
I hope you're listening, Bob. I know you're listening. You weasel, you.
No,
Sorry, Bandy. Sorry to cut you.
no, you're right, mate. No, he's hanging out. He's hanging out in asylum on his own, just texting here. Doesn't really have the
I bet you he's listening. He thinks he's important. He thinks like his conversation is worth, or he's a complete misinformation agent.
Yes.
Now imagine you make you have a chat with somebody on your thing, and he plays it on his channel, and you copyright strike him. Have you ever heard anybody do that in the community? We all make fun of each other, right? We take videos, we record, whatever. We make fun of each other. Chewy
Yes.
does the numpty clips. Bob does the donkey things, right? The oven slapping. And we laugh at each other.
Yep.
Well, that ain't good enough for Bob.
No, that's pretty low, actually. If you're giving people copyright strikes, I would agree. SE, 100%.
Yeah, just letting you guys know.
Dirty deeds.
Yeah, but I'm interested. What did he say about LIGO? Was anybody here?
He basically said that you can put a spirit level on LIGO and measure it.
And what would it show? What did he say the spirit level would show?
I think from one end to the other, it would read it would read horizontal in the center, like point A, from where all the arms extend from, and then when you put the spirit level at the other end, it wouldn't be horizontal anymore.
He said that?
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't want to misquote him, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, a few other guys have said that too. Kosho says that in the center, if you put two balls on either end of the LIGO arm, they would both roll to the center.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Now, mind you, this is the straightest thing in the universe.
Supposed to be. Supposed to be. Yes. And we have the perfect reference frame right next to LIGO, being, a beautiful body of water, a canal that's right next to it.
That's right. Yes, sir. You know that he's banned us all, Bandsaw?
Banned you? No.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know why he banned me for?
No, what?
Bob banned me because I asked a question about the Hasselblad camera on the moon.
No way.
Wait.
No way.
Way.
That is crazy. I remember one day, SC, he was in Brandon's old server, and he was being quite belligerent, right? And just shouting everyone down and whatnot. He was in one of his moods, so I ended up muting him, right? And I said, I'll take you off mute, but just let the other person ask their question first. And he ends up sending a DM to Brandon complaining about mod abuse and all this sort of stuff. It was absolutely ridiculous. He's precious, very, very precious.
You know what I call him? I call him Bob the Banning Snowflake.
Banning Snowflake.
Blue 2 has banned everybody.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me. Be back getting a phone call, guys. Be back.
Yeah. Now, mind you, these were the top guns. Bob, Blue, George. They were the top guns. Now they're afraid even to talk with certain people. Anyways, enough of them. I was curious about the LIGO thing, and he didn't fail to.
Understandable.
Sorry?
I said that's understandable. It's always good to drill that home when they fucking make mistakes or fucking say stupid shit.
Yeah, and it's funny because we went through this like 3 months ago.
Oh, how many times over and over again over the years?
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. That's why Bob banned Mobius. Shout out Mobius. Mobius did a number on him. He did some research on the plans, on the heights. You want to know something about the height or how they build it? Mobius is your man.
Nice.
He got so triggered, he banned him.
Hey, I dropped this video. If you look at the video, doesn't that the light reflection on the water look just like the sun on water? Because I mean that just kind of clearly demonstrates that's exactly what a local light reflection would look like.
How local you think the sun is?
I don't know. I just know it's not the nonsense that they say. You know? It's a local light. It's a local light reflection. I mean, the moon does this too.
Yeah, it's definitely not 93 million miles like they say now. How far? Who knows? B-Ball, you agree with Bob on the LIGO stuff? You think LIGO's arms curve up on either end, B-Ball? Yeah, I don't blame you for not wanting to touch that one.
So pretty clearly, a local light source would make that reflection on the water. So when you go out and you look at the ocean and you see the sun or the moon, because they both do this with that exact same reflection, I mean, you would think it would cause one to ponder. Like, no, it's 90 million miles away and 238,000 miles away, but it has identical reflections, which are identical to local light sources. But they're not. They're totally not local and totally different.
That's a good point, but the one with the high altitude balloon in the clouds and the sunspot, that's a good one.
Yeah, the distance would matter because the reflection you get would change proportionate too. Yeah, I guess you could say that you'd make up for it with size, but so you're saying that light rays are traveling parallel but not parallel, 93 million miles away, and then giving a local reflection as if on horizontal. For one, you can even have this with any concavity or convexity to the surface. You can even have that reflection, yeah, I would say as it gets lower and the reflection becomes more defined, that's the characteristics of a local light source, not 193 million miles away, right? I mean, there is no getting closer to the water on the globe Earth. Perceivably, I suppose. I don't know. I remember one time, I didn't even realize that the moon does this, and I was in Florida last year, and I saw the most beautiful moon over the ocean, and it does the same thing the sun does like this. So I find it interesting that the sun and the moon and the globe Earth, drastic different sizes, drastic different distances, identical reflections. I got a lake in my backyard right now, shows that's exactly what the reflection would look like if it was local.
One thing is certain, the water ain't curving.
Yeah, I mean, how could you even have this reflection if it was?
Yeah, look at the picture I just posted. I took that picture.
Nice.
There's no way, thanks. There's no way that water's curving. No freaking way. Yep. That's another, oh, that's a good one. Yeah. That's freaking nice, that one. I'm going to get B-ball triggered now. Watch this. Watch this picture.
He was pretending to be a flat earther earlier.
Who was pretending?
B-ball.
He was pretending to be a flat earther?
Yeah. It stank of desperation.
I hear you. Hey, B-ball, where's the moon, bro? Where's the moon in that picture? B-ball must be busy, because that surely would have gotten him out to make fun of me.
SC, listen, I've been going over Coriolis with these guys. They're wilding, bro. They're telling me there is no actual path. They're saying when you throw the ball off the merry-go-round, you don't know an actual path. It depends on which reference frame. Like, we don't know the ball's actually going straight. You should just hear it, because I've been going over this plane flight thing with the Coriolis. The wild shit they've been saying is crazy, bro.
No
Crazy.
more, please. We were on it all day yesterday.
I know, no more. I just had to tell SC, though, because he loves Coriolis.
Bro, I've been doing this for they've been busting my chops on this for 3 years, the Coriolis, maybe more. They're delusional. They think that here, I have a recording of Zanuck. Yeah, thank you. Saying, get this now. You remember that one?
They were telling me that today. They were telling me the ball goes in a straight and a curved path at the same time. Yeah.
They told you the same thing? There it
They
is.
told me that
Yeah.
all day today. Yeah.
Yeah, I have. There you go. Yeah. It's incredible. They think that the ball both travels in a straight line and curves at the same time.
It does. Imagine a hula hoop. Put a sphere in the middle of it. The hula hoop is, if you look at it from top down, it's going a straight line. It's curving if you look at it from the side, but it's still a straight line. Imagine like the rings of Saturn. It's a straight line around it. Or maybe not Saturn, but yeah, you know what I mean. That's what they're talking about.
Yeah, they're
When it's
delusional.
when it's straight but it's flat, they're flying. When it's curved but it's straight. I know it sounds like they're crazy, but imagine a hula hoop around the ball. You're flying straight, but you're curving at the same time.
Yeah, I know. I know that's what they think. I know it's crazy, but
Believe me when I say this, that Glory is more wrong than the rest of you guys.
Coach O, tell me you didn't say that when you throw a ball on a merry-go-round, it both travels in a straight line and curves at the same time.
Okay, perfect. I didn't say that.
Reference frame. From whose reference frame, Yogi?
Oh, there's Paid.
Yogi,
You
from whose
agree?
reference
You
frame?
agree with that, Paid?
From whose reference frame?
But we know we can throw a ball straight. So we know when we throw it off the merry-go-round in a straight line, it's actually going straight, and the curve is just an apparent curve, meaning not actual. This is
Whose
simple
reference
shit,
frame?
guys. Come on.
Dude, you're chewing.
Well,
It's
if you're
not
the person
disgusting.
throwing the ball, exactly.
Okay, let's do this one. Let's put that merry-go-round. Okay, let's put it in the middle of a cruise ship. Okay, and let's spin that cruise ship.
Why?
And for some reason, like it's going in a fucking lap. It's going on a lap around the island. Okay,
Coach O's
the
wasted.
merry-go-round's going around. The merry-go-round is going around and around on the cruise ship, and someone throws the ball. So I want you to describe to me the path that ball's taking, how fast it's going, and I want you to describe to me if its path is linear or curved. And I want you to do that without describing the reference frame.
So we got a car in a cruise ship spinning. Something like that. Is that what you said?
Merry-go-round. Merry-go-round. Just like the gift with the merry-go-round, and someone's throwing the ball around the merry-go-round.
Why are you trying to make it mad complex? There's a merry-go-round.
Because this is what you don't get, dude. This is the reason why reference frame, it's all reference frame dependent. Because if you forget that you forget that there is a lot of complicated movements and a lot of complicated situations.
I know, but this shit's not complicated. We're on a merry-go-round.
Okay,
we throw a ball in a straight line.
Sure, and you're
We know
on a
that the
cruise
ball's
ship.
going straight, and the deviation is only an apparent deviation, not actual.
The cruise ship is doing laps around the island.
Why are we on a cruise ship? Go ahead, Essie. Go ahead. I don't even know.
Oh, you're doing good, bro. This is ridiculous. I'm not going to entertain a cruise ship.
So what I've just described to you is not a thing that could possibly happen. I didn't describe something that happens in reality. This could be happening in reality, and it's your job. Your job to start. No, the cruise ship is going in a circle around the island. Very small island. The cruise ship is doing circles around it. Okay, it's moving at 20 knots. The fucking merry-go-round is spinning around. There's kids on it throwing balls straight across the merry-go-round. So can you describe to me what the ball's doing? Is it taking a straight path? Is it taking a curved path? And you do all this without describing which reference frame you're talking about.
Yeah, but I'm trying to understand the connection here. Why are you adding
Well, just a second ago, you were ridiculing me specifically for possibly saying if you threw a ball across a merry-go-round, if it was going in two different paths, curved or straight. And that was based on what Jeremy had said about if you throw a ball off the merry-go-round, that its actual path is straight. So in this scenario, is the actual path of the ball straight? A person who was on the merry-go-round, they threw it straight. They were on a cruise ship also taking laps. So, is there any reason why a reference frame might be important to describe here?
Bro,
Yeah,
you
but
can't even
not
handle
the
the
same
simple one.
scenario.
Yeah,
Go
it's
ahead,
not
Jimmy.
about the reference frame. It's about a force, a fictitious force,
No,
making
it's not
something
even
move.
that. No. Don't go off track, guys. It's not even that. He's trying to change the thing. It's about the ball traveling both straight and curving at the same time.
Whose reference frame are you
And no
talking
one's
about?
just no one's described what you just said. K-Nasa
Well,
shows
look, if
exactly
you
what I
didn't
do.
say that, Kosho, my apologies, but
You have to
Zanuck,
describe the reference frame
listen, bro.
Relative
before
to
you
whom?
describe what path it's taking.
Listen. If you didn't say that, my apologies. Maybe I remember not correctly, but Zanuck 100% said that. So if you didn't say
And
that,
we're telling you what's meant by that.
Hey, Coach,
It's
I'm
not
on it.
that
so
it's not
you're
that it's in
agreeing
two.
with
It's not that it's taking two separate paths. It's that the path is dependent on the reference frame, and you can describe it going on one path and one reference frame at the same time as taking a different path and a different reference frame. It could be the
yeah,
exact same
but
frame of time, and we could be doing two different things. That's only
okay,
because
but
they're in two different reference frames.
okay. Just to make it clear now, is the ball traveling in a straight line or
In
is it
whose reference
traveling
frame?
in a
In whose
curve?
reference frame?
I'm not talking to you, Pate. Hold
In
on.
which
We can get
reference
to
frame,
you
Yogi?
after him. I'll answer you after him, but let him answer this, man. Because he thinks I misquoted him, so give him a
Why do you
chance.
think that question? Why do you think that question is not important to what you're asking? Payne Show's question is exactly what I would ask.
What was that again then?
Payne Show
He
asked the
said in
same
what
question
reference
I've been
frame?
asking.
In what reference frame? Look, dude, we throw a ball on a merry-go-round, right? In reality, the ball travels in a straight line, okay?
In which reference frame?
The ball travels in a straight line. Once the person lets
In
go of it,
which reference frame?
you pick the one what do you want to call it? Reference frame A? We'll give it a name. Reference frame A. In reference
one is
frame A, the ball travels in a straight line. Is that good for you, Paid?
Okay.
Right.
Which one is that? Is that on the merry-go-round or not?
The ball is in the air, right?
Hello, is that the on the merry-go-round or not on the merry-go-round one?
You're not paying attention, right?
Well,
You
which one is
throw
A?
the
You have
ball
to define
in
it.
the air. In the air.
So is that the is that the inertial reference frame or the non-inertial reference frame?
Dude, it's in the air. Right?
You still haven't told me.
If the ball is in the air now, if you want kindergarten talk, I'll give it to you like this. The ball, when you throw it, it's straight in the air.
Hello,
Straight.
Yogi.
Now,
Yogi, let's talk 12th grade now.
clown.
Which
Now,
reference frame?
the one that's in the air.
Which one's that?
The one that's in the air.
Which one's that? There's two reference frames here. Both
Pick one.
can describe
The
the ball in the air.
inertial one.
Pick one.
The
Pick one.
inertial
No.
reference
Let him play games. Pick one.
No,
Alright.
you pick one. You tell me. You're defining
No,
the reference
you tell
frames.
me. You tell
No,
me.
our question.
You're the one asking,
You have
Shield.
to
You
define it.
tell him.
That's right. I'm the one who's asking, so you have to tell
That's
me.
right. So
Listen, the
we're
ball
back on the
only appears.
merry-go-round. Now the ball is in the air. That ball is traveling in a straight line. Now,
In
the person
one
that's
reference
on the merry-go-round in that reference frame, how does he see the ball, Peyton Shill?
You tell me, Yogi. I don't know.
I'm asking you the question. You want to be a
You
smartass?
tell me, Yogi. I don't
Okay,
know.
enough with this guy. Next, who wants to have a serious
So
conversation?
I'm throwing a
This
picnic
guy's a
basket.
clown.
I'm throwing a picnic basket back and forth across the merry-go-round that Boo Boo is looking at. So
Would you
tell me,
like to
Yogi,
continue the conversation we were having before this clown came in?
where does the picnic basket? Is it
show?
in
So if you're on the non-inertial reference frame, the spinning merry-go-round, the ball would appear to be curving, but that's only an apparent deviation because we know
It's
in
just as
actuality.
real.
Don't waste your time with
we
him,
know
It's
Jeremy.
just as real as the other.
we know how to throw a ball in a straight line, and we know that the ball is in fact going in a straight line.
It's just as real as the other description from the
So
other.
It's not real. It's called an
hold
apparent.
on, Jeremy. Hold on. Are you saying that ball is actually curving to the person that's on the merry-go-round?
It would appear so.
Appear
Path
or
of the
actually
ball.
It
The
doesn't matter.
path of the ball is curving. That
It
is what
does
it's doing.
matter. Is the
now
fucking
Kosho's
ball going
answering.
straight or
doesn't.
not?
When I get
You
paid stuck, Kosho comes
here's
in.
the problem. Here's the problem with you guys. You don't understand that both reference frames are equally valid.
Yes, they are. Now, in the reference frame of the guy on the merry-go-round, is the ball actually curving, paid NASA shill, or Kosho, since you're tag teaming?
It would appear that it's curving from his reference frame.
So it actually is curving?
In his reference frame, yes.
You heard it, ladies and gentlemen. We have another one. We have Kosho.
That's
we
because
have paid
it's just,
NASA
hey, hold on a
clown,
second. Hold on,
and
moron.
we have
Yogi, moron.
the
Moron,
other
listen
guy.
to me for a change. Listen to me.
Hey, no,
Both
don't.
reference
No,
frames.
we're not listening to you, Shield.
Both
Time for you to
frames.
hush.
Both
You've been
reference
exposed,
frames.
Shills. You've been
Both,
exposed.
both reference frames. Both. Well, I'm going to get this out. I'm going to get this out. I'm going to fucking get this out. I'm going to get this out. For fuck's sake, how come I keep getting interrupted?
Hold on.
How come I always get in shit for interrupting people, but when I get interrupted, I don't?
Hold on, one at a time.
Both reference frames are... God damn it! How come I'm the only one who gets muted here?
Paid going in, you're next. Hold on. Go ahead, Paid.
Both reference frames are equally valid. There's not one that prioritizes over the other. For fuck's sake. It's all reference frame dependent.
You, sir, have no clue what you're talking about, and you just showed it. Thank you.
Yogi, you have no clue what you're talking about.
Mute
Both
him. He
reference
needs to
frames.
finish his sentence.
You can't even admit that the ball is going straight.
My turn. My turn.
In one reference
You go to
frame.
Livestream. Go to Livestream text. Press play on the GIF that I sent, and you'll see how the ball goes on the merry-go-round with the Coriolis effect. Just press play.
Yes, we know that. We know that when you throw the ball, it appears the curve. If you're on the merry-go-round, it only appears the curve, right? We know that in actuality. We know that in actuality, the ball's really going straight, and it's just an apparent deviation, not an actual deviation, right, guys?
Right, Jeremy. Yeah, Jeremy. What's the question?
NASA, what's the ball doing in 3D space?
In whose reference frame?
Can you describe what it's doing in 3D space? No, it doesn't require a reference frame.
Yes, it does, actually.
It doesn't require one.
Yes, it does.
He thinks that word is going to save him. He thinks the word reference frame is going to save him.
This is why I asked the original question.
Both are equally valid. For fuck's sake. There's no absolute motion.
Yeah, but the ball is only doing one thing.
No, it's
from
not.
whose reference frame?
Yeah, this is why I asked the question. This is why I asked specifically. And everyone said, "Oh, that's not what we're talking about. That's a made-up scenario." No, that's a scenario we're talking about. We're talking about a merry-go-round, okay? That's on a cruise ship going around an island. And right now, you guys are arguing that when you throw the ball on the merry-go-round, it's going in a straight path because that's the actual path that was thrown. Now, if you were standing somewhere on Earth, anywhere other than that cruise ship, that is not the path it would be going. It would not be taking a straight path. That straight path only exists if you're a person on the cruise ship and not on the merry-go-round. But anybody else, either on the merry-go-round or off of the cruise ship, is going to be experiencing the ball taking a different path. And it's always going to be dependent on that person's reference frame.
Yeah, okay.
But the ball only takes one true path.
Can I suggest something?
From whose reference frame?
Can I suggest something? We have to take the perspectives out of this, okay?
No,
don't worry about it. Just for a minute for a thought exercise. Take out the perspectives of who's seeing it and all that. Just we're drawing a line on the ground from the airplane, from the start where the airplane starts to where the airplane lands. Draw a line that the path of the airplane takes on the ground, without anybody looking at it from any perspective from space or from the ground. Just draw the line. What would the line look like? Would it be straight or curved?
Oof.
Yep, that's the problem. Because they have to make it so that it's two different perspectives.
Problem is that nobody has any
that
clue
are
what
the
you're talking
same,
about.
but not the same. I don't
Well,
think
just said in 3D space.
This is the reason why no one's responding. You just brought up an
all about
airplane.
perspectives.
You might have to give a little
I'm
bit more
trying to
detail
trap
than
you.
that.
That's
man.
why you don't respond.
Yeah, we were in the middle of talking about something
We're
different.
drawing a line.
So if you want us to talk about what you're talking about, you have to
Straight
kind
lines.
of you have to kind of give more detail. What are you talking
Talking about straight and curved lines, right?
Airplanes fly on straight lines no matter what. That's how you fly. So stop bringing airplanes up in this.
So it's going straight. The only way that would be possible is if it was on a flat Earth.
No,
stationary Earth. Yep.
That's
It's the
incorrect.
only way you can have straight lines. There are no straight lines.
That's incorrect, by the way. Nice try.
If both reference frames
see.
NASA are in the same 3D space, what does reference frame matter?
SE, not only that,
Did you say?
they've been telling me that the curved path, like if a plane's flying through the air and it takes a curved path in the inertial frame, in the air, it's curving in the air, but it's going straight on the land. They're saying the curved path is a shorter distance than the straight line path.
Yeah, they've been saying that for so long.
What
It's
the fuck are you
insane,
talking
bro.
about? You guys are idiots when it comes to. You really are. You don't understand what you're talking about when it comes to aviation. You fly a set path over the
Idiots.
ground.
You said that a ball travels both straight and curves at the same time. Look in the mirror. Look in the mirror.
In one reference frame, in the reference frame that you guys are talking
Shut
about.
up, Shield.
Shut up, idiot. Now, in the reference frame you're talking about, the ball travels straight. However, from the reference frame of the person on the merry-go-round, it would curve. Both are equally valid descriptions.
Yeah, they're equally valid because there's two different perspectives,
That's
right?
like a
They're
bunch of
equally valid.
bullshit.
No, he's right. They're equally valid if you're talking about perspective. But if you take the viewers out of it, then you're just saying what is the actual path, which is if the ball were able to draw a pencil lead underneath its path, it would be a straight line.
No, did you see the animation that Basil posted? The in the curve in the rotating reference frame, the ball does a loop.
Yeah, that's from the perspective of the viewer. We took them out.
They're
out of the equation. Take those out of the equation.
No, that is a ground
the
path.
Actual line on the actual path on the ground was straight.
That is the ground path on the rotating reference frame.
The ground path is never changed.
Was it touching the rotating reference frame? Was it on it or was it in the air?
Well, hey, it's the ground path of the rotating reference.
Was it on it or was it in the air? Simple question.
It doesn't matter, Yogi.
It does.
It doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter.
In
what world?
Man.
Why would that matter in any way whatsoever?
Because
you're kidding, right?
Different reference frame once you're in the air, and you're not in sync with the Earth any longer. So you're going to have deviation due to
Coriolis. You're not in sync with
Coriolis.
the Earth anymore. What do you think? You lose all of your. You think you lose all your momentum when you get off the face of the Earth?
Well, once you drive into different tangential speeds, you don't match that tangential speed. You have a different original conserved speed. How many times do I have to say this?
Yeah, well, airplanes are not ballistic, so fuck off.
Yeah, so fuck off because they can mimic ballistic.
Yeah, but
you know it.
I just posted a perfect effect.
Drive a straight path.
From different perspectives with the rotating reference frames, so you can see which one's curved and which one's straight.
Yeah, but it's only if you're talking about from perspectives, from different viewpoints, then you're going to see curved paths.
Well,
but if you're talking about the actual path on the ground or in the air, it's going to be a straight line only because it's a stationary Earth.
So frame of reference dependent. Yes, exactly.
Because you're saying that actuality is in the stationary reference frame.
Well, the thing is you guys are trying to make the spinning ball the actuality. So you have to bring in the idea that even though it's in the air and it's traveling in a straight line, it's actually curving because the ball curved. The ball made it curve, but it's not really a curve. It's a straight curve. It's the same kind of double talk that we've been going through. With everything else.
When you're in a car and you make a hard right-hand turn and everything shifts to the outside of the turn, is that force? That's a fictitious force. That's not a real force. But yet you feel it. Is it a real force or not?
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Listen to me. Do we know how to throw a ball? Do we know how to throw a ball actually straight in a straight line? Can we actually throw a ball in a straight line?
Nope, not possible. Yes.
Does anybody know how to actually throw a ball?
Who's looking at it?
Does anybody know how to throw a ball in an actual straight line in here? Anyone?
That's a tough one, bro.
If you're using relativity. It's a real fucking relativity or not?
Do you want an answer, Jeremy? Because I asked you a question about that same ball, and I was asking actually specifically you. No one's answering, including you. But in that scenario, Jeremy, that you're throwing the ball on the merry-go-round, on the cruise ship doing laps, can you actually throw the ball in a straight path?
I don't, bro. You introduced all kinds of movement. We need to keep it simple.
I haven't introduced anything except for I've added the things on a moving
Why did you do that?
Yeah,
why did
you added a
feel
whole nother
necessary to do that,
ocean.
Kosho?
Because I'm trying to show you guys that what you're asking for, what you're saying right now about an actual path, gets all fucked up the second I bring it into another reference frame. That means that there is no actual path. The path where that
We
ball's
don't know
going
how to.
straight only exists in one reference frame, and that's the reference frame of the cruise ship. Every other
we
reference
don't
frame
know.
is not experiencing that ball being thrown in a straight path.
So we don't know how to actually throw a ball in an actual straight line, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, there is an actual straight
No,
line, Jeremy. It's just if you were looking at it from space where the ball is turning, it would look like a curved path.
Listen, if we're standing on Earth, can we throw a ball in a straight line? This is the easy one.
Dude, the straight line exists only in is reference frame dependent.
Okay, well, I'm standing on the ground. You're standing on the ground. We're all standing around looking at the ball. Nobody's moving. Nobody's spinning. We're just throwing a ball in a straight line. We know it's actually going in a straight line, right?
In your reference
absolutely.
frame. That's correct.
Yeah, and your reference frame is the only thing that actual matters in.
Okay, so we know how to actually throw a ball in an actual straight line.
Yeah,
we get on the merry-go-round. In the merry-go-round, we start spinning it. We throw the ball in that actual straight line. It only appears to deviate if you're on a merry-go-round. It's not an actual curve because we know the ball's going straight because we know how to throw a straight. Right?
Exactly. Yep.
I mean, dude, guys, this is fucking simple shit, man. Why are we getting all crazy over this?
Because you don't understand that
Because
there's no
they're
such thing as no such thing as absolute movement.
The reason we're getting all crazy is because they want to make
a question. Let me ask the
quick,
pilot a question, if I may.
Okay, real quick though, I just want to say the reason we're getting all crazy, Jeremy, is because they're trying to make the Earth a merry-go-round, and it's not. That's why we're getting all crazy.
Exactly.
The Earth is rotating. That's what causes the
pilot,
Coriolis.
let me ask you a question. We have a ball on a rope, and we twirl it around, right? Just twirl it around over your head. You let it go. What path is that ball going to take when you let go of it? Paid NASA shill?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course you don't.
Did anybody else misunderstand me here?
No, I heard you loud and clear. It's an easy one.
What path is it going to take, or which direction is it going to go?
What path is it going to take?
It's going to go in the direction that was headed. I don't know what that. And I mean, in the direction that
is it going to travel in a straight line, or is it going to travel in a curved line? Let me be more specific.
It'll be a straight line to anybody in that reference frame.
Yeah,
the reference frame, huh? Yeah. See, you see what these guys do? It's like useless talking with them, man.
Well, they're right. They're right about what they're saying, though. They're right.
No, they're not right.
They're right. They're right about the way it would work.
No, they're not right, man, at all.
Sorry.
If the Earth were turning, or if you were looking at it from
you don't
a certain
understand
perspective, it would look curved. But
it would look curved. Yeah.
Yeah.
It would appear to be curved, but that ball is traveling in a straight line.
Exactly.
In your reference frame.
But it's good. It's a good thing we know how the Coriolis
frames.
It's a good thing we know how the reference.
Don't understand the simple concept of reference frames. I'm very sorry if you don't understand.
It's a good thing we know how It's a good thing we know how Coriolis and the reference frames work, and that from the non-inertial reference frame, the spinning, rotating reference frame, we know that that's just an apparent deviation, not actual.
Actually, it's an actual deviation.
Wow!
Actually, he said it twice.
Wow, bro.
He has to keep saying.
That's why hurricanes go around in circles because of the Coriolis effect. You're telling me that doesn't happen?
Got it.
Amateur, Jeremy.
That's how come when you fire naval artillery, you have. That's how come when you fire naval artillery, you have to account for the Coriolis effect.
So if a plane took off,
that's why the trade winds blow generally from west to east in the United States, is because of the Coriolis effect.
So if a plane took off from New York to Miami, and there actually was a train right underneath it that was a straight line right from New York to Miami, and the train is tethered to the plane, and there's no deviation. There's it's got a string tied straight down. It's a solid string, so it can't sway.
I guess we need the underwater
tied
train
to the top of the train. tied to the top of the train. Yeah. So let's just say let's say the train goes. Let's say the train we're able to actually go from Miami to New York or wherever.
Gotcha.
Just imagine that, right? And then so the railroad tracks are straight there. There's no deviation at all, right? And could the plane be tethered to it in a straight line right above it and fly from New York to Miami?
I suppose you have a 600-mile-per-hour train.
Whatever, yeah.
Yeah, the
Is that possible?
The plane would fly over the railroad tracks the whole way.
Yeah, the whole way.
But you have underwater.
And without deviating at all, right? Could it do that?
That would be the way it would go if that was the shortest distance between 2 points.
Right. So it would be perfectly straight line, an actual straight line.
Yeah.
No, on the ground it would be a straight line. In the inertial reference frame, it would actually be a curved line.
Right. If you thought the Earth was spinning, it'd be a curved line. But
if the Earth was spinning, yes, it would be if the Earth was spinning, that would be a curved line in the inertial reference frame, and it would be a longer path because obviously,
no one gives a
obviously a straight.
What's the difference,
obviously,
Jeremy?
A straight path. Hold on. Obviously, a straight line path is shorter than a curved path.
So you're saying the train doesn't travel in straight lines now?
If you have a straight, if something's being affected by the Coriolis effect, and it's a straight line in the non-inertial reference frame, it can't be a straight line you can't have a straight line in both reference frames.
No one gives a shit about no one gives a shit about your imaginary reference frame that you have to correct with Coriolis.
Oh, now they're imaginary? Before you guys loved reference frames 5 seconds ago.
Hold on
a second. Nobody cares. You're imagining it. Okay, what? Go ahead, go.
Listen, I'm trying to get him to understand what you're saying because you're confusing things for no reason. What he's describing about Coriolis and stuff, about what it's doing in our reference frame, he's for no reason describing what it's actually doing in an inertial reference frame, which is not important to anybody because nobody lives in the inertial reference frame in this example.
Except for the planes that's in the inertial reference frame, they're in it.
No, nothing is.
They're flying over the ground.
Yes, they're flying from somewhere in the non-inertial reference frame. They're flying to somewhere else in the non-inertial reference frame, and everyone who experiences the entire event is in the non-inertial reference frame. So describing it in the internal reference frame.
So you're telling me this Coriolis effect? So you're telling me the Coriolis effect is all happening in the non-inertial reference frame, and there is no inertial reference frame?
It's experience in the non-inertial reference frame, which is why we discuss it.
It's like the train. In this case, we had train tracks directly underneath us. They were in the shortest. I mean, they built the train tracks perfectly straight between 2 places, and we're flying over top of the train tracks. We'd fly right over top of the train tracks. We'd correct for crosswinds. We'd correct for Coriolis. We'd correct for everything.
Okay. Do you think you can have a straight line path in the inertial and the non-inertial reference frame?
In this case, all we care about is the path over the ground.
You can't answer that, can you?
Because I don't understand the question. Because nobody gives a shit about the
something's moving over. Something's moving over a non-inertial. Something.
Do you understand that the train is doing the same? You understand that we could have a 600 mile an hour per train now flying right underneath us, and we would do the same thing.
Hold on. Something's moving in an inertial. Can't be going in a straight line in both the reference frames. Do you understand that?
Oh God.
Do you understand or no? It's simple.
No, what part of straight line on the ground is difficult to understand at this point?
I understand it. If it's doing a straight line on the ground, it can't be doing a straight line in the inertial reference frame as well.
No one cares
because I know how Coriolis works.
No one cares about this reference frame.
So now the other reference frame doesn't matter. You guys loved reference frame 5 seconds ago.
In this particular case, all we care about is the flight over the ground.
Okay, but we also want to know what it's doing in the inertial reference frame, and that would be going in a curved line, right?
I don't really care. No, I don't care.
Oh, okay, you don't care.
As a pilot, I don't care.
Wow.
As a pilot, I don't care.
You're not a pilot, sir.
If you're flying in curved lines or straight lines?
I've actually flown from New York.
You don't care if you're flying in curved lines or straight lines?
What's that?
As a pilot, you don't care if you're flying in curved lines or straight lines?
You care where you're flying over the ground.
Okay, but wouldn't you want to fly in a straight? Wouldn't you want to actually fly in a straight line?
I want to fly a straight line. In this case, we're flying over railroad tracks that are perfectly straight between city A and city B. I'm flying the train is going in below us. We have an airplane above it. They're both flying in the same path, if you will. One's like 1,000 feet higher. What's the big difference here?
Which one is in the inertial and which one is in the non-inertial? Paid?
They're both in the same reference frame at this point.
Both the plane and the train are in the same reference frame?
The reference frame is dependent. For fuck's sake, we're flying over the ground. We're not flying over.
Let them talk, man.
We're not.
Let them talk.
You don't
That's all you got to do.
What an idiot you are, Yogi! For fuck's sake.
You see, that's
not that difficult.
That's him triggered.
Relax.
This is called you asking. This is called you asking a really stupid shit question.
See that? That's another trigger right there.
Yeah, it is a trigger.
Clown. Which is in the inertial and which is in the non-inertial?
Over the
you
ground.
Clown.
I'm flying over the ground track.
Which is flat.
Now, see, yeah, let me say something about the train now. This gives them the perfect excuse to say all they have to do is follow the train. And I gave it to them because it helps their argument, but it also doesn't explain what we're really after here, which is
no, bro. You gave it to them when you brought the plane in. That's when you lost the argument. I had him in the merry-go-round.
No, I didn't lose the argument.
But you went and brought the plane in here. Yeah.
Right, but the plane, I didn't lose the argument because we have to still explain if the Earth is rotating, the plane in a separate reference frame would have to accelerate up to the point sideways. It would have to have the ability to either accelerate sideways on its own or have a force that's causing it to accelerate sideways. And that force
but you're giving them excuses to bring in illusionary winds and all that when you go.
I'm not giving them excuses. No,
when you want to kill the Coriolis, you just go to the merry-go-round and you kill it right there.
No, you don't kill it, you moron. You're a fucking idiot, SE.
You see that?
No,
that's
the merry-go-round. Wait,
the plane is traveling over the plane is traveling over these train tracks. What's the difference between a 600 mile per hour
train? I don't care about trains. Merry-go-round.
No, stop the merry-go-round.
Traveling in a straight line.
Stop the merry-go-round. You play on the merry-go-round.
You're finished, my friend.
No, we're not. You're an idiot.
You said it travels both straight and curves at the same time. You're finished.
It depends on your reference frame. It depends on your reference frame.
You don't know what the Coriolis is. You have no clue.
On your reference frame.
Right. And you said in both reference frames, and we have it taped,
here we go.
The ball both travels straight and curves. You're finished.
Depends on your reference frame.
Okay,
anybody hear you say that? Any scientist, any university
$3 every time he says
would
that.
laugh in your face.
No, they wouldn't, because you don't understand it. See, I'm sorry that you're so stupid. You don't understand it. It's a very simple concept.
Yep, it's very simple. The ball travels in a straight line. There's nothing that you can say or do.
In one reference frame, it does. That's correct.
The ball travels in a straight line. Let me ask you something. If somebody was standing in the grass next to the merry-go-round, how would the ball appear to them?
What reference frame are they in?
On the ground, right next to the merry-go-round.
It would go straight. That's correct, because they're in the non-moving reference
frame. That's right. So you admit then, the only person that appears to see the ball turning is the one on the merry-go-round, correct?
Right, he's in a separate reference frame. But
exactly. So the ball is not
Stop. His observations are just as valid as yours because his reference frame is different.
Not talking about observations. What is the ball actually doing?
In whose reference frame?
In the reference frame of the guy in the merry-go-round.
It's curving.
The ball is actually curving?
From his point of view, yes.
You failed grade 2.
No, sir.
What do you want to call it? Math,
science,
geometry, geography. You failed it all, bro.
From his reference frame, it's curving. Sorry.
No, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong.
Listen, once again.
The ball is traveling in a straight line.
Listen to me one more time. From your reference frame, it is traveling in a straight line. From the reference frame of the person on the merry-go-round, the ball is curving. Both of them are equally valid.
It's appearing to curve, but it's not actually curving.
Both of them.
Right, it's true. That's right.
Both of them are equally valid.
No, they're not.
Well,
yes,
absolutely not.
Yes, they are.
The ball is traveling in a straight line.
There's no such
thing as
nothing
that you can say or do that will ever change that. You sophist.
There is no such thing as absolute reference frames.
Yes, there is. That ball is traveling straight. Nothing you say or do will change that. Nothing.
No. Stop. In order to be correct, you have to say, from my reference frame, the ball is traveling straight.
No, that ball is actually traveling straight from anybody and anywhere in the universe. That ball is traveling straight.
No,
Actually
it's not.
traveling straight.
No, it's not.
It could be appearing to curve on the guy on the merry-go-round, but no, Peyton
From his reference
Shill.
frame, it is
You're
curving.
absolutely wrong, sir.
No.
That ball is traveling straight.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Not
yes,
from the guy
it
in
is.
the reference frame. Not from the guy
Yes.
who's on the merry-go-round.
No, you're wrong.
Did you see the? No, you're just. Why don't you go back and steal some more picnic baskets?
There it is. The sign of defeat. Now sit down
Sign of
and
defeat.
shut up.
No, you shut up for a change. For fuck's sake, if you would. This is like physics 101. Like
That's
the second
right.
day
You
in physics.
failed it. You failed it.
No, sir. You would have failed it on this question.
Miserably.
Says the garbage man.
I keep going back to that.
That's the sign of defeat, ladies
Sometimes
and
the garbage
gentlemen.
man
Says
has
the
to
garbage
right?
man.
Shall I keep going back to that video I posted where it shows two different reference frames, one's straight and one's curved? You
Yep,
can't
I know.
argue with
For some reason, that is beyond his simple level of comprehension.
Terry, you believe that ball is actually curving on that reference frame?
I can see it curving, unless my eye. I need to go to Specsavers.
You can.
Well, that's because
I'm
your
not
eyes are
denying
moving
that
in
you
a
see it.
curve.
I'm not denying that you see it, but do you think that it's actually curving
From his
while
reference
actually
Yes.
traveling straight?
From the reference frame of the thrower, the ball is curving.
It's actually curving?
Yeah, from the ball from his reference frame.
Wow. Wow, you guys are really I don't
They
know what
can't
to say,
answer
man.
that, SD.
They're fucked up,
Once
SD.
again.
They're all fucked up, bro.
Once again, here, look, there you go. Look at it again. Oh,
That's because your eyes are moving in a curve.
Exactly.
I'm not moving. I'm sitting still.
Both of them are equally valid.
Visually, I'll grant
He's
you.
asking you, is the
Visually.
ball going
Yes.
straight or not
there we
straight?
go.
From whose reference frame?
Is the ball going straight or not straight?
From whose reference frame?
The ball's going in a straight
asshole.
path, but the eyes are moving in a curve, so they interpret a curved path because the observer is moving in a curve.
Both are equally
That's why
valid.
I said you got to take the observers out of this if you want to talk about actually.
I
In
mean, we can't
actuality,
see it.
So
you
you
don't
can't
see
see
it.
it. You have no idea.
Yeah, you can't
Nobody's
see it.
observing
Yeah.
it. You,
Well,
you
that's
have no
right.
idea.
That's
You have
right.
no idea of the path of the
If you
ball.
were God, if you were God, you could.
As
you
far
could
as you would know, if you took the observers out of this, as far as you would know that the ball left and came, and you have no idea of the path in between.
Yeah, no. If like it had a
you
pencil,
can't prove
it
the
had,
ball
it had
either.
a pencil.
If
it
it's
had
not
a pencil
observed,
lead,
how do you know it? If
it
you
had a
didn't
pencil lead underneath it, and it was making a mark, and then you could look at the mark,
then it
and
would
you would
make
trace the mark on the ground. It would make a straight path. That's all
no,
I
it
was
wouldn't.
saying.
If you chase the ball over the merry-go-round, it would make this little loop pattern that you see.
So
On the
you're
ground?
talking about the physical
Yeah,
effect.
on
You're
the,
talking about it actually going in a
hold on.
curved
You're
physical
saying
path.
if it had a pencil lead underneath, it was able to draw a line on the ground, that line would be curved.
Over the merry-go-round, yeah.
No, I'm talking about.
It would trace this. It would trace this path on the merry-go-round.
Since it's going in a straight
The
path,
ball
that
traveling
can't be the
straight
case.
will hold on. The ball.
Do you see?
Right.
Do you?
Right.
No, I'm posting.
Yeah, I see that.
You see that now on the GIF? Just post the GIF again at 33 minutes past the hour. If you had your pencil lead, the ball would trace that little curlicue path on the merry-go-round.
No, that's only from the perspective of the person.
It would trace that if the ball had a pencil lead, it would trace that path over the merry-go-round
on that surface, right? Which is why it doesn't work when you make the Earth a merry-go-round and you're trying to tether it to the train, because on the ground, if it had a pencil lead, it would draw a straight line from New York to Miami. But you're saying the surface would have a curved line. See why it doesn't work?
No, you're conflating something else now. We're talking.
The train tracks are straight there.
Yeah.
Right. And if it's following those train tracks, then that path on the ground is a straight line.
Well, yeah, no, I'm flying right over it, so it's a straight line in the air too.
That's the thing. But you're saying in the same scenario with the merry-go-round, it's going to make a curved path.
Wait a second. You're conflating two different things now. I'm flying over. I'm making corrections to fly over the. No, you're conflating two different things now.
That's the thing, is because if a plane actually went in one straight line and didn't deviate from its original straight heading, then it would not have. It would end up in a different spot. That's the whole point. right?
What?
So it would end up a different spot than Miami if it was flying straight from its original spot and
It
just had
makes
a straight
corrections to
heading.
fly over
Because the Earth is turning, it wouldn't end up in that straight line over the train tracks. It would have to be making corrections to stay on
Yeah,
the
no
path
shit.
of the train the whole time.
Yeah,
right, exactly.
yeah, it's like
And
driving
we would
down the
be able
road.
to,
Oh,
and we
hold
would
on,
be
wait,
able to detect that and show it and have a force that's a recognized that's causing that.
When you drive down the road, are you lock the wheel shut? I mean, do you like
Totally
lock?
different.
No, it's
Yeah, it's in
exactly
the
the same
same
thing.
reference frame. Once you're in the air, it's a non-inertial reference frame. You don't even acknowledge that yet. Oh, then we can't go anywhere. If you don't think there's inertial, it's in the inertial reference frame, and then the non-inertial will be below. And if the Earth,
you correct to stay in the straight line. It's like driving down the road.
You would correct, and you'd be able, you'd know what you're correcting for. It wouldn't be winds you're correcting
It'd be
for.
winds,
It would be the Coriolis, and it would be
Coriolis is very minor effect.
It doesn't matter. Winds go in every direction, so this Coriolis has to be more powerful than the opposite wind directions.
What? Coriolis is no.
Yeah, and it would know what it's correcting for.
What you
That's
just
the
said
whole
is
point.
factually wrong.
I just wonder
No, if the Coriolis has to, this is the trick, guys. They have to imagine that the Coriolis is something they correct for, but they don't detect and they don't have any readings for, and it's just so minor compared to winds. But then they have to admit that winds go in every direction, so they can't say it's the wind that they're correcting for, because the wind could be going in the opposite direction, throwing them off course even more. So they have to have that force that's so strong to keep them in that straight path. At the same time, they don't detect it, and they can't say anything but illusionary winds, because if they call it real winds, they'd have to say the winds all go in one direction. That's why it doesn't work.
Are you a pilot? Do you know what you're talking about? Or are you just making
Oh
shit
yeah,
up?
so turn it around on me. Another tactic that they always go to.
Do you? No, seriously. You're just making.
Why
Are
don't
you
you
just
just
making this
answer
shit
them?
up as you go?
Don't mind him. He's
Everyone
going
else
ad hom
understood
to
me.
avoid answering the question. Just peer
Fuck
through the
it. No,
bullshit and force him to answer the question and not ad hom.
I see that.
Lemon, please shut up. You
And
don't
if
know what
he
you're talking
answers the
about either.
question with a
He's
question,
right.
then just get
Lemon's
scalp
right.
over
Lemon,
him and
please shut
rhetorically
up.
state
You
your
don't
main
know what you're
point.
talking about.
Otherwise, it will take you
Lemon, you
nowhere.
don't know what you're talking about. Please stay out of this conversation. Thank you.
So the example for the driving down the road, you're making minor increments to correct your direction.
That's
Even though you're going straight in a
correct.
plane, you're still going in a straight path from point A to point B, like on the road,
That's
and you have to make minor corrections as you're flying, the same as if you're in a car.
That's correct.
So,
You know those corrections. You would know the corrections you're making for a very good reason to stay on that straight path.
That's
You'd
correct.
know that because the Earth is turning that you're making those corrections. It wouldn't be so minor that you don't even include it in the training for the pilots, or
It's actually very, very
to
minor.
differentiate it from winds, because
It's
the winds
actually-
go in all the directions. So
It's actually very.
you'd be correcting for winds, and it wouldn't just be something that you don't worry about, like you guys try to claim.
It's actually
It
very,
would be
very
a
minor.
very real. It would be a very real thing that you'd know you're correcting for, because the Earth is spinning, and you'd have to catch up to the Earth
No, the
every
Earth
single
is-
time it went to your left.
rotating, not spinning.
The Earth is really, really big, and the effect
rotating.
is really, really minor.
Well, it would
You
be
see what
very.
happens
It would
when
be
you go to
something
the
you'd
plane,
have to
bro?
know about. It'd be
Back to
something
the
you'd have to
plane.
you'd have to know
They're gonna
about.
give you illusionary winds, and you're gonna be at this all freaking day, man. Go to the merry-go-round.
No, wait, the
Merry-go-round.
merry-go-round. Wait, hold on, wait. Let me say something about the
killed you on the
merry-go-round.
merry-go-round,
Listen,
Yogi.
SE, the merry-go-round works exactly like it should. We all can observe that. We can test it. We can go out to get a merry-go-round. We can roll a ball across it. We can get all the perspectives. And they're right. That's the way it works as far as different perspectives on a merry-go-round. and a straight
No,
path
they're
go.
wrong.
But they're trying to. No. They're right.
Why don't
if
you be a
use
baller for a
relativity.
day, bro? Go ahead.
No, I'm not trying to be a baller. I'm saying that the merry-go-round isn't a mystery. That's the way that flat earthers explain Coriolis. We show them this is what would happen if it was a merry-go-round. But the Earth is not a merry-go-round. So, and this is not what's happening.
Exactly.
That's
So
the
the
point.
Coriolis dies right there, bro.
No, the Coriolis is
Right.
a real thing. That's why hurricanes flow. You tell me hurricanes aren't real?
You see,
That's
they're
why
gonna
we-
have to bring
that's why we have.
something like
That's
that.
why.
them to
That's
spinning
why.
and something else is spinning.
That is why the winds in the United States blow from west to east, because of the Coriolis effect.
It's
You
because
see, they're
something's
gonna have to
spinning
say
other than the
stupid
Earth.
shit like that.
No, it's not stupid. It's not
The
stupid.
Coriolis
You're
just
stupid,
says
one.
something is spinning at best.
I got that.
The Earth isn't spinning. Space is spinning over the motionless Earth. That would be something more
No, stop with your aether
electromagnetic,
bullshit.
something etheric,
No.
something else.
No, it's not. You stop with your
Look,
aether. There's
The
nothing to
bottom
do with.
line is the merry-go-round. The Earth is not a merry-go-round. Otherwise, we'd see the exact same effects of the straight paths opposed to curved paths that we see on a merry-go-round. And
Now
we don't.
you're talking.
The Earth,
That's it.
the Earth
Game over.
we have straight lines.
That's
you
it.
have to
It's
go.
over.
You have to go quite far or go quite quickly in order to see these effects because they
Yeah,
are
right.
minor. Because the Earth isn't spinning anywhere near as quickly as the merry-go-round. The
Earth
is
doesn't spin.
It's
The
like they
Earth
don't even
the Earth
exist at all.
stationary.
rotates
That's
at
the only way there are straight line
the
paths
Earth
for
rotates at
planes that
15
don't have
degrees.
to correct for Coriolis.
The Earth
They never
rotates.
correct for it. They're not trained to. All flight simulators use a
Oh
stationary
God.
Earth for a reason.
Yeah, because it's easier on the computer. Because airplanes really don't
Yeah,
care
that's
whether you.
easier on the computer. We don't have high tech
Because you don't
computers these
have.
days.
Listen to me. You don't have to worry about the Earth being curved for airplanes until you get into navigation. Once you get into navigation, the Earth
You
is.
don't have to worry about it.
It's correct. The airplane doesn't
You
care.
see, that's how you do it, bro. He's gonna say stupid shit like
The
this.
airplane. Hold on, Miss Yogi. If you understood anything, if you could get your bare brain around this, you would understand.
See,
The
just like
airplane
that,
flies.
bro.
The airplane flies through the air. The airplane flies through the air. It doesn't really care
No
if it's
way. Not in the air. Come
It's
on.
not that complicated. The thing is, you guys
Now,
lavishly
listen to me.
worship the heliocentric proponent so
The
much. You're
heliocentrism has
doing
nothing to
hand
do
flips
with
and
this,
stuff like that,
Lemon.
trying to make the Earth move when it's obviously a flat motion
Lemon,
plane.
the
Stop it with the
heliocentric
heliocentric hero worship. Use your
heliocentrism.
common sense.
Heliocentrism has nothing to do with this discussion, sir.
Sweet.
I thought you were good at this, Peanut.
He's very good at it.
Now, when you fly from London to London to Los Angeles, the flight you fly takes you up over Churchill, Canada, up over Hudson Bay. Why is that on the flat Earth?
Stay away from my
Because you're going up for
territory.
a flat motionless plane.
You fly over, right? Yeah, fly up over Canada, eh? Why is that on
We'll
the flat
shoot
Earth?
you
It would
down,
make
eh?
no sense. No, you won't.
Because Canada is toward the center, and the shortest
No.
routes tend to be toward the center of the flat plane, unless you want to go in an arc
Great
around
circle
and
route.
go in a longer route.
Well, let's go back. Let's go back to the southern hemisphere flights. You guys really lose on those, by the way, but we won't go there today. The
Oh
answer is
don't come down here, Shield. We'll get really confused with them.
yeah. The answer is because you're flying great circle routes
Guys,
over.
listen.
Guess what?
We got-
A sphere. Wow.
Guys, listen. When we got the ball, when we throw a ball in a merry-go-round, we know the ball really goes straight.
And
When you see it curve, we know that's just an apparent curve, meaning not actual.
And whose reference frame?
And in reality, we know that it's not actually curving.
In reality,
You
it depends on your
understand that?
reference frame.
No, in reality, the ball actually goes in a straight line, and it's called an apparent deviation because it's not actually deviating. It's only
No.
apparent.
That's not what apparent means. Sorry.
Yeah, and apparent in this case means not actual.
Nope, wrong.
It means it looks like it. If they said it was a deviation, they would just say the ball's deviating from straight. They don't say that because it's not. They say apparent deviation because it only looks like it's deviating from straight. Holy shit, man.
So you probably need to make up your mind.
So we're denying
Is the
reference
plane
frames, are we?
apparent with no physical
they have to
effect?
deny.
Or is it more than apparent with physical effects like a tornado? You need to make up your mind.
Like a hurricane,
Straight means
not a tornado.
Straight
Hurricane.
means curved, though, right?
Yeah, tornado produces high and low pressure.
How do you say things like deviate from straight if straight means curved?
Just Witsit. Why don't you go back, Witsit? I'm not in the mood for you tonight.
Ignore the ad
Seems like
hom.
a-
Obviously,
seems like a
you can't
simple
say
question.
that, and you know it. So what you're saying is illogical, assuming you believe that level or curved is somehow flat or straight on your ball. It's just illogical.
Well, I'm just confused. How can you use straight as a reference for deviation if straight means curved?
Because you're like an ant on a basketball.
Okay, so you can deviate from a.
You don't go. If you go straight on the basketball, you don't deviate left to right. That's a straight line, aka a great circle route, the shortest
The
line. between
problem with that paid NASA shill is to know whether you're going straight on a curved ball. You need a plane to intersect that ball. You need a flat, straight plane to cut that orange or that ball so that you know that you're going in a straight path. Where are these flat planes that are intersecting this ball for you to know whether you're going in some sort of a non-deviating curve of some sort on
you don't
your
need
ball?
a physical plane.
exist.
You don't need something real to do that. It's just just an imaginary thing, you know.
Then you have nothing to check whether you're going in a straight path at all. You could be going in wild loops or wild curves that aren't even quote unquote straight, whatever the hell that means. You need a straight plane to cut your orange or to cut your sphere so that you know whether or not you're going on quote unquote the straightest curve on the ball.
We know that, Lemon. We draw them and then we fly them.
You draw them in your mind.
You know you're talking to a guy, Lemon, that said that when you throw a ball on a merry-go-round, it both travels straight and curved at the same time. You realize this, right?
Yogi, get it correct.
Well, paid master.
Yogi, hold on a second. Yogi said something. I'm going to correct him while he said it. So then you guys, Yogi, what you have to say is, depending on your reference frame, comma, path of the ball changes. That's correct.
No, sir. I specifically asked you, and you specifically replied that yes, the ball actually travels straight and curves at the same time.
No, I didn't say that,
That's
sir.
what you said, word for word.
Listen again. You obviously have shit in your ears, so why don't you get the shit out of your ears and listen one more time?
If I had you here, I'd pee in your mouth, and I'd make you gargle it, you little bitch. But go on.
Depending on your reference frame, the path of the ball travels different. That's correct.
Yes. What? So it actually travels in two different. It travels both straight and curved at the same time, right?
Just depends on your reference frame.
Depending on your reference frame.
Okay, so the person on the merry-go-round, right? As the person throws the ball, right? The person on the merry-go-round, this is happening now at the same time, right? So the person that's turning on the merry-go-round, the ball is actually curving, and at the same time, the guy that threw it sees it go straight. So
That's
you're
correct.
saying that it actually goes straight in one and actually curving, not visual now.
Depending on your reference frame.
Actually curving, right?
Depending on your reference frame.
Actually curving. I want to hear you say it again.
Depending on your reference frame, the path of the ball changes.
So the person on the merry-go-round, that ball is actually the ball that was thrown straight by the guy is actually curving, right?
It's just as valid as your observation in the non-moving reference frame.
Why can't you say it? Are you afraid to say it? How about you, Terry? How about you that you were white knighting for him?
Because you'll misinterpret it like you do normally, Yogi.
Hey, Yogi.
I'm curious. Hey, curious.
So you heard it.
Going
around the merry-go-round, the ball is
if
curving.
it's both straight, wait, here's my question. If it's both straight and curved relative to reference frame, if it's both straight and curved relative to reference frame, then how can straight mean curved?
It's not white, and I'm not white knighting.
Think of a hula
What's
hoop.
the definition of a straight line in the chat?
I understand the two different reference frames from the different observations.
Is straight and curved different in this situation?
Both are equally valid observations.
Read the definition of straight.
Are they different? Are they different? If they're equally valid, you're saying they're different but equally valid. So then the straight and the curved are not synonymous in this situation, right?
They've been double speaking all night. Yes.
I know, but make them answer. Straight means curved, but not in this situation, huh?
Do you see the absent? No. Do you see the? You see the GIF? You see the GIF?
Yeah, the ball appears curved because you are rotating. You're in the rotating.
We get it.
The ball is going straight.
However, if you had a pencil mark for this, the ball would actually trace that curved path onto the merry-go-round. It is equally valid.
Well, the ball isn't curving. The path of the ball isn't curving. Your position to it is what's changing.
If you had a pencil or a paint or something and looked at the track that the ball made over the merry-go-round, it would make this little loop path. That is the path it would trace on the merry-go-round.
But that's not the path the ball is taking. That's the merry-go-round.
Sure it is.
Moving,
from their
that's the merry-go-round moving under it.
But it doesn't matter. From the reference frame of someone on the merry-go-round, it made that path.
Okay,
is the ball going straight or not straight?
It depends on your reference frame.
Okay, but so if it depends on your reference frame, that means that one's different than the other one, right?
Yeah, well, no shit. One's moving, one's not.
Okay, so does straight mean curved or not?
It depends on your reference frame in this case.
So straight means curved sometimes, and sometimes straight is the antonym of curved?
No. David just said no.
Y'all are it's worse than that, Whitsit. They think it's both straight and curved at the same time. That's the killer.
Yogi. Is it?
Shut
is the
your
ball,
mouth, clown.
Yogi.
The name is SC.
No, the
Shut
name
your
is
mouth.
Yogi. Name is Yogi. Did it
Hey,
trace that path over?
Hey, SE, hold on, Paige. Can we just all of us just settle down on the name calling and continue on with the conversation? Thank you.
So
So
did
if
the
straight
ball?
means curved, how can it simultaneously mean the opposite?
Did the ball trace that path on the merry-go-round? Hello.
What? No, the ball went straight.
What path did it trace over the merry-go-round?
The ball went straight.
No, it didn't. What path did it trace? What path did it trace on the merry-go-round? Do I have to post it again?
You're going to ask the question again until you get the answer that you need.
They
Okay.
cannot
There you go,
Straight.
SE. He said not straight.
Wait a minute. Hold on a
ball
second.
went
No, he
straight.
said that. Yeah, he's double speaking.
No, look at this.
They can't comprehend it, Paige.
Look at
So stop trying to
Dude,
argue with
one
us about it.
last time.
think
Look,
about
We can
self-projecting
understand
that
it
we
fine,
can't
Dr.
comprehend.
Bob, and our
Look
senses
at-
are intact. Unlike
look at
yours,
the
since you
path.
believe contradictory shit, you're turning crazy. We're not.
Look at the
But
path that
Gio
it
just
traces
now
on the
said
merry-go-round.
that Gio just rebutted this, right? He said that the ball's still going straight. The only thing that's changing is your perception, the location in which you're perceiving it from, which is the merry-go-round. The ball's still going straight, though.
That's called different frames of reference.
If you had a pencil on
But what's
the
the ball
merry-go-round,
actually
hold on a second,
doing,
please.
though?
One last time. I'm going to try one last time, then I'll promise I'll shut up. If you had a ball, on a pencil, if the ball would drip paint or something, I don't know, whatever, what path would it trace onto the merry-go-round?
A curved line.
Okay, and so which path did it really go? Curved or straight?
Yeah, it depends on your reference frame.
It traced the
So
path of a curve
you got
because the merry-go-round was turning. What kind of an
Yeah,
elementary
exactly.
question is that? But the ball was traveling in a straight line. I've been telling you that for an
Hold on a
hour
second.
now.
From your reference frame. From the reference frame
No,
of
man.
listen to
Chill.
me.
No, chill.
What path does it trace on the merry-go-round? You see that little loop thing? That's the path it traces on the merry-go-round. That's what the people on the merry-go-round would observe it to be. It's traveling.
We said straight. Quit repeating yourself.
No.
If you don't agree with our answer, then just take the counter answer that you have. Otherwise,
please,
you're wasting our time. We
Yeah,
said
you are
straight.
wasting our time.
What's your
Yeah.
problem?
Okay, fine. I'm wasting your time because you don't. Is that little
You're
loop
wasting
path?
our time because you don't accept our answer, but you won't offer one of your own. Quit
I've
wasting
offered
our
one of
time.
my own.
We said
I'm trying to
straight.
figure.
Jesus.
You see that little loop path on the merry-go-round? Do you see it? You see that little loop path? Lemon, do you see that little loop path? Are you looking at the GIF?
Okay, what made that loop path? What made that loop path?
The ball path
the
made
ball
that loop path.
going in a straight line in the gift.
Okay, hold on. If the merry-go-round was not spinning, Paige, what
merry-go-round's not spinning,
what
it
shape
would go
would it make?
straight.
You
Yeah, it would
ballers
go
in your
straight.
fucking
There it
optics.
is.
It's all
You
you've
see
got
it?
in
It was
every
not-
fucking
You got it.
situation.
That's
Optics, optics. It's a fucking
But wait,
joke.
can I just? But real fast.
But no, wait a
though,
minute.
'cause
Hold
I
on a
think
second.
this is-
Hold on a second. That ball would actually trace that path onto the merry-go-round, the one with the little loop in
Yes,
it.
you said it yourself, Paige.
Yes.
You said
Okay,
it
do you agree
yourself.
with me?
It would go
Do you
straight.
agree with me that that is the path over the merry-go-round, the little loop?
Right, but then if the
No, not
merry-go-round
the
is
actual path.
turning,
No.
what path would it make?
Well, hold on a second. But then you'd be in the same reference frame. You'd be in a non-moving reference frame, so you'd see the ball move the same way.
Like 3D space. The 3D space is all
Define
in
3D
the reference
space.
frame. Both reference frames are in there. And
Define
the ball
3D
is doing a
space.
straight
He said it
linear
himself, and he
path.
didn't
But
realize
hold on
it,
a
guys.
second. Hold on a second. Did it actually make that curving path over the merry-go-round?
Yes,
Optically,
why?
yes, it did.
Why? Why did it make the curve path?
Because it's moving.
Okay, now if the merry-go-round wasn't moving, what
Then you'd be
path
in the
would it
same
make?
reference frame. There would not be another reference frame.
What path would it make?
It would be straight because you're not
Have a
moving.
giggle, you big girl. Fuck you.
Exactly.
They made
Thank
the
you.
same path
Case
the
closed.
whole time.
In the meantime, though, the moving reference frame has just as valid a description of the ball's movement as does the non-moving reference frame that you're in.
Visually,
Not
yes,
visually.
but
No,
the
not
ball
visually.
is traveling straight, and you just
not
proved it
visually.
yourself.
Not visually. You said that if the ball was dripping paint or something onto the merry-go-round, it would make this little loop with a little curly Q in it. Is that true? Yes or no?
Yes, obviously, yeah,
Okay,
because
fine. Then
it's
that's
actually
moving.
turning.
That's the path.
Yeah, the surface is turning,
That's
bro.
correct.
But
That
the
is the
ball.
path. That is
Are
the
you
path.
sure you were a pilot, bro? You can't
That is
understand
the
that.
path.
You,
that is the path in moving reference frame.
dude, you were a pilot, right?
God.
You cannot understand that a plane travels in a straight line while something underneath it turns. You cannot get that concept. An Air Force pilot that refueled the SR-71. You cannot understand that, sir?
You can't understand that the ball actually traces that curly path onto the merry-go-round.
We just went through that, bro. We
Do you
just
agree
went
then?
through that.
Do you
What
agree
did
with
you
that?
not understand about that?
Hold on a second. I want you to say the ball traced the curly path onto the merry-go-round.
You said there's a ball. You had a ball, right? It's dripping paint.
Right. So what's the path it traces onto the
And you
merry-go-round?
throw it in a straight line, right?
In the reference, okay, in your non-moving reference.
Forget reference frames, bro. Talk English. Don't think you're gonna.
Reference frame dependent.
You're not gonna get away. You're not gonna get away with this. You got a tennis
It's
ball.
reference
It's
frame
dripping
dependent.
paint, right?
Right.
It's reference
Now
frame
you
dependent.
throw it in a straight line, right?
No, it's
Right.
not. We're talking
Yeah.
about the path the actual ball is doing, not what
talking
it
about-
optically appears to do.
No, wait a minute. Hold on. This isn't optics. It's actually dripping paint. It made that little curlicue line dripping paint.
Yeah, so
on a
what?
rotating thing
On a
underneath
rotating
it.
frame.
That's correct.
It's
Right.
gonna make a
That is-
turning
that
line.
is
Yeah,
straight.
kindergarten can
That
understand
is
that.
right,
is it?
exactly. That is the
The
motion
fucking
you observe.
fool.
That is the motion you observe in the moving reference frame.
It's visual.
No, it's
not
actually dripping
actual. The
paint.
ball is
You
traveling
are
mean
in
it's
a
not
straight
actual? It was
line.
dripping
Even with
paint.
yourself.
It was
I feel
dripping
sorry
paint. You
for
just
you,
said
mate.
it yourself. You just
Yeah,
said
I
yourself
feel
that it was
sorry
dripping.
for you too, man.
You just
Really.
said.
So can we
you
just move on?
Did you say or did you not say that it would drip paint in that little curly pattern?
Yeah, it's all right. You keep telling yourself, NASA.
No, don't.
That's
Hold on a
it.
second.
You're
I heard
saying that.
I heard SE say that it would.
Go to
if it was
sleep and
dripping,
sing yourself a
Who
curly
gives a shit
dripping
what you
ball.
thought you heard?
Did you say or did you not say that if it was dripping paint, it would make that curly pattern?
Bro, are you like delusional or
cares.
something?
Hello. You said that it
Are
was.
you delusional?
Did
Let's
you say?
do this again.
Did you say?
have a
Oh,
Okay, the ball is dripping paint.
falling for his shoe.
the ball is dripping paint, right? It's me
That's-
and you now. We're in a schoolyard. We're in a merry-go-round. We got a ball. We got a bucket of paint, right?
Right. You throw the ball.
You're
over the
tracking with me
merry-go-round.
now, right?
You
Now
throw the ball dripping paint over the merry-go-round.
Okay, now is the merry-go-round turning?
Yes.
The merry-go-round is turning. So what you're saying that it's gonna make a curved line, right?
what
Of
is-
dripping paint, right?
What is the pattern that the ball dripped onto the merry-go-round?
Dude, are we talking past each other?
What is the pattern on?
When the merry-go-round is turning, right? There's going to be a turning pattern, right? Now I'm asking you, when the merry-go-round is not turning and you throw the ball, what pattern is it going to make?
Would make a straight line across the non-moving reference frame. That's
There you
correct.
go. It's game
However,
over.
no, it's not, moron. Because the pattern,
Oh dear.
when it is moving, did the dripping paint make this little curly pattern that you see in the GIF? I'm sorry. This is pattern.
Silly.
This is what happens when I get this dense stupid in my head. I've
No,
said
it's
this
just a
5
non
times.
sequitur.
Interesting.
I'm done with this guy. Anybody else want to handle him? I'm done with this guy. You're finished.
Hold on. SE. Did the ball?
main problem
did the paint,
is
does the paint make that pattern? Yes or no?
it makes a straight line.
No.
If you talk about something visual.
No. It does
if you're
not.
talking about something physical, it will curl.
It'll
So you're basically talking about Coriolis as if it's a physical effect.
The pattern
more than just
on,
visual.
Oh fuck! The pattern on the merry-go-round from the dripping paint of the ball is that curly pattern. That is the actual path over the moving.
So you talk about a physical effect.
It's not optical.
Yeah, but the reason that's happening, Pate, I hear what you're saying, and I don't think anyone disagrees that of the basics of what we're describing. But the question is, what direction is the ball moving? So the ball, I would say, is moving straight, and in that scenario, okay, if you're going to interrupt me, you're just going to be.
I'm sorry.
Please, yeah, we have to have a conversation.
Just get rid of him, Gio.
Interruption thing. So the ball is moving straight. If you have something rotating under it, then that is just rotating under it. So the dripping paint, the design that makes is because of something driving under it. I had another quick example. If you're in a car going 25 miles an hour down the road and you have a drone, let's say, and the drone is circling the car, well, the car is moving straight. It's just going straight down the road. But a little camera on the drone, it would be, if you're circling the drone around the car as it's moving, the camera would be rotating its head, as it's moving around. So the way that the car looks like it's moving while the drone would be moving around it, is only because the drone is making that rotational movement. The car is still just moving straight. And yes, I hear what you're saying about reference frames. From the drone's reference frame, it looks like that car looks like the car is spinning around it, but it's actually the drone in that case that's spinning around it. The car is just moving straight.
This is all reference frame dependent. So there is no such thing as absolute motion.
I mean, this is
the actual path, dude.
Go ahead, Whitson. I think you were going to say something earlier, and I think you didn't get a chance to. If you want to go ahead.
I'm just saying. I was saying it's the actual path. You know what it is, bro. But I'm curious though. Like, if it's a straight line and we're using curved as the antonym, then how can we also say that straight lines are curved? That's a genuine question.
They do it all the time, bro. Easy for them.
But genuine question. I'm genuinely curious as to what an answer would be. What's
Well,
the
you're
difference?
asking it to the wrong person because you're not going to get an answer from him. Not a genuine one.
That's a broken question to me. Are straight lines curved? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, oftentimes whenever we describe like the abyssal plains being the flattest place on the entire Earth, well, flat means curved. Straight line measurements, well, straight lines, they're actually curved though. So how do we tell the difference? Because then I ask, well, what's the antonym of flat or antonym of straight line, and no one will say curved. But now you're using straight line as an antonym of curved. So I just don't understand. How do you tell the difference? Like, when can you use it as an antonym, and when is it a synonym?
Well, if you're talking about spherical geometry, where you've got 2 points on the ball and you draw a straight line between those 2 points, in spherical geometry, that is a straight line, a section of a great circle route, and it's a straight line. But you can look at it from the side, and it is curved, but it is a straight line between the 2 points on a sphere.
More properly,
so is there any way to have a completely? So if you had a completely horizontal, flat straight line, would it be different from the curved straight line?
You're talking about the difference in spherical versus Euclidean geometry.
No. So are you basically saying there's no way to actually measure a straight line?
I didn't say that.
Like a straight horizontal flat line.
Well, that would be a flat on a flat plane. Yeah, that would be a straight flat that would be Euclidean. But on spherical geometry, like I said, it's a great circle route.
So on the Earth, it's impossible to ever measure a horizontal flat straight line.
That's just simple. That's simple. I don't know why anyone gets frustrated with that. That is geometry. Look it up, read about it. I don't know what to tell you about it.
So did you understand my basic question? So how can we use straight and curve as an antonym in this example, but then turn around and say that they mean the same thing in the same breath?
Yeah, see, that's not what we say.
Okay.
It's called dialethyism.
So you agree if that's what you said, it would be stupid.
Yeah, saying straight, curved is straight. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Okay, thank you.
Can straight ever be curved? Plain and simple.
Yeah, see, that really, though, Essie, it doesn't make, that statement does not make sense to me. You have to differentiate.
You're kidding me.
You're talking about spherical geometry or Euclidean geometry. There's a difference.
No, I made a simple statement. Can straight ever be curved? Now, I'm sure everybody in the room understood me, except maybe you and Paige.
No.
They would say that it depends on your frame of reference.
No, it depends on if you're talking about spherical geometry or Euclidean geometry.
I didn't mention anything about any of those two things. I asked you, can straight ever be curved?
No, it doesn't make sense.
Can a cat ever be a dog? Can a cat ever be a dog?
Well, he answered it. He said no, it doesn't make sense. So you agree that straight is the opposite of curved then?
Yogi, the definition of a straight line is in the chat. You can go ahead and read it. That's the non-Euclidean definition, which is more comprehensive than the Euclidean definition.
Hey,
What's
Bob,
the
Banning, Soy Boy, how you doing?
What? Whoa, chill with the name call. That's what. What's the antonym? I know he did too. I know he did too. I know. Let's just chill. But what's the antonym of straight then?
I'd like to hear that. Hey, Bubby, got an answer for that?
Not straight.
The shortest distance between 2 points would be the general definition of straight.
You
Now,
can't just
Bandsaw
use
keeps
the
trying to
word
put up.
with
Bandsaw keeps
not.
trying to put up a middle school definition of straight, which is a child's definition of straight. I have a little bit more of a comprehensive one up there, and my
Okay, so since you
definition
have such a
clears it up nicely.
So
You
since it
have
clears it
no
up so
clue.
nicely, can you answer my question then? What's the antonym of straight then?
Read the definition first and tell me what it means.
What? If this definition is true, then what's the antonym of straight then?
Read the definition first. Tell me what it means, and then I'll answer your question.
No.
Okay, then I'm not going to answer your question.
It does.
Okay. Or you think I don't understand your concept that you're trying to pitch here?
No, you don't.
Yes, I do, actually. I just know that when you say that straight's synonymous with curved, you can't answer the question, well, then what's the antonym of straight?
Well, normally we think of the shortest distance between 2 points, and when you're launching a projectile or shooting a bullet, you're thinking of something powerful enough to get it from point A to point B the most direct way without any
The
deviation.
shortest distance between 2 points along the surface of the object, yes. And be that object a
But what
plane
is
or a
that?
sphere, it doesn't matter. It's the shortest distance between 2 points along the surface.
I'm glad
What
you
would
said
happen?
that, Bob. You guys want to
What would
hear a good
happen?
one? What Bob said?
What would happen at work if my boss told me, "Hey, cut a straight line on this beam," and then I made it curved? Do you think I'd get fired, or would I be okay?
You'd get a
You
raise.
get promoted.
But
you're
the
so
thing
smart,
is,
you
we have
know that there's.
projectiles that go
I
straight through
just
the
don't.
air without going along the surface. Sorry, what's it you were saying?
No, it's the same idea as when we were talking about the topography of the ocean floor, and they do horizontal, flat measurements adjacent to the continent landmass. And so then they say, well, no, in surveying, flat means curved. So then how could they survey something that was literally flat then?
Exactly.
No answer for that one either. You'll never get an answer to these questions. If
Negligibly
straight means
curved.
curved, then what's the antonym of straight?
Good question. You want to hear the craziest thing you ever heard in your life? I promise you.
What's that?
Okay. Let's say we have point A and point B on a plane, right? Plane surface. What's the shortest distance from point A to point B?
A straight line.
Okay. Now, if I told you we had a traveling distance of 1,050 miles, right? From point A to point B. And I asked you this question. Can you travel that distance in a shorter, can you travel from point A to point B in a shorter distance than 1,050 miles?
I don't know.
Is this real world or just on
Real
a
world,
hypothetical
real world.
plane? Then yes,
Real world.
because there's
On a flat plane, no, because that's the shortest distance between those 2 points.
Yeah, but that's what you said you did, Bob.
Nope. What I
said
did.
you
No,
cut
Yogi,
150 miles.
You didn't understand what I said. Let me
We
explain
have
it
you
to you
on
again
tape,
because
my
your
friend.
comprehension is
We have
different.
you
Is
on
difficult.
tape.
I said that if you had a distance between 2 points on a flat plane of 4,400 miles, and you can travel that distance in 1,777 miles, by definition, that means it's not a flat plane. So basically, it's a proof. It is a proof that the Earth is not flat. Thank you for proving the point, Yogi.
There's 4 antonyms for straight. One's winding, one's zigzag, one's crooked, and one's askew.
There's 5 because one's gay.
Well, even on a ball, if you're traveling a curved path on the surface of the ball, there would still hypothetically be a straighter path through the Earth. And so the straightest path would still be the most direct distance between 2 points, that would tend to be envisioned as a straight line, unless you're talking about
Not along the surface,
teleporting
it
or
won't.
something like that.
Wait, so
Not
someone
along
at
the
least attempted
surface,
to
which is
answer.
what we're talking about.
Okay, so what's the antonym of flat?
Curve. But the thing is, the Globers are not saying that straight is curved. Y'all are applying that label to the differentiation of spherical versus.
Okay. Well, you're saying the straightest, most direct distance is on a curved ball and therefore is a curve.
It says vertical, bumpy, exciting, emotional.
The correct term for that is called a geodesic lemon.
Hey, left lane, you don't want to comment on the shorter distance between 2 points that Bob drove? Bob the liar?
He was it's not. Call him blind if he's correct.
You have a truck?
Yeah, I do have a truck.
So what do you think? You think you can travel a distance shorter?
Okay.
Point A to point B.
You can definitely do it shorter than the flat Earth distance, you betcha. And that's impossible on a flat Earth, so that rules out the flat Earth. Thank you again, Yogi.
How do you know that? Where was it flat
liar.
if you did that?
I did it between Panama City Beach, Florida, and Michigan.
And you did it twice, right? Once over
And,
the mountains
yep,
and
once over the mountains and once over the plain. I also did it between.
And did you get the same distance over the mountain?
Stop talking. I'm talking. I'm speaking now. I also did it between. I also did it between London and Bristol, and I did it between Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, and I did it between Sydney and Perth, and I physically did it between Panama City and Michigan on 2 different routes. Yes. Match the globe distance on all of them.
Of course it did.
Don't get triggered.
What kind of dumb argument is this?
It's almost as dumb as flat.
Is there a difference between a straight line and a
He said
curved
it
line?
matched the globe measurements.
Did you make sure it wasn't curving upwards and not downwards?
It was definitely, there is definitely a difference between the spherical globe Earth distance and a flat Earth distance.
Where do you get the flat Earth distance
What was the
from?
distance?
Yeah, where was you at? And you measured it flat and said, oh, okay, this is like this. And then you did what you just said and said, oh, that doesn't work. When did that happen?
Okay, I'll tell you exactly how it happened. Now, on a flat Earth, if you have
Where
three
were
known
you when you did
locations-
that?
On a flat Earth, you can have 3 locations on a flat Earth and draw a triangle between them. If you know the length of 2 of the sides of that triangle and the angle between them, you can calculate the third side using the law of cosines. On a spherical Earth, you can take those 2 endpoints, the 2 cities, and you can calculate the great circle distance between the 2 using something called the Haversine equation and the Haversine formula. If you know the distance between those 2 locations, you can calculate the radius of the Earth. If you know the radius of the Earth, all you need to know is the locations, and you can calculate the distance between them.
How can you calculate the radius from just the length of 2 different points?
Very simple. If you know two locations on the surface of a sphere by latitude and longitude, you can measure the distance across the surface of the sphere between those 2 locations, and you can use that to calculate. And you can use those to calculate the radius of the Earth.
Hold up, it's circular logic because you're trying to prove the curve, which you need to necessitate the premise that's a sphere. So it's circular logic.
Nope.
Yeah.
That's not circular logic at all.
Nope.
Given
He's
a
a
sphere,
liar. He's a liar.
Non-Euclidean for life.
Listen carefully because
No,
you're
let
having
me speak
problems
now.
with
You spoke.
comprehension
Now it's
here.
my turn. You're a
Given
liar.
a sphere,
He told
if you
Rakia
know
that
the
he can
distance
travel.
between
I'm
the 2
talking now.
points,
Don't interrupt
you
me.
can find
Don't
the
be
radius.
rude.
Hold up,
I'm
Essie, let him
talking.
finish. Let him get it out, then you can address him and say what you want to say.
All right, since he was interrupting me, given a sphere and 2 locations on the surface of said sphere, if you know the distance between those 2 locations, you can calculate the
Yeah,
radius
I already
of
said
your
given the
given
sphere
sphere.
part is the problem.
Why are you just
That's
on
the
repeat,
premise.
dude? You're boring. Stop
It's a
repeating.
premise that's not
now,
true.
let me now my
Go
turn.
ahead, Essie.
He's a liar. He told Rakia, and they agreed. He said, "Is it possible, Rakia, that we can travel 1,050 miles in a shorter distance?" And Rakia said, "No." And he said, "Yeah, okay." He goes, "I did it." That's his exact words, a lying shitbag. Excuse my language, people.
Yeah, but you see,
what
that's the
distance did he
limited
travel at?
understanding of old Yogi here, because he missed the entire premise of that conversation. And that was that on a flat Earth, a flat plane, the distance between these 2 points is 1,500 miles. I drove it 922 miles. That means that I did it in a less of a distance than would be required on a straight distance on a flat Earth. Therefore, the Earth is not flat. Period.
And you still didn't tell us what flat Earth you were on when you did that.
You said, yeah, he said on a flat plane, he traveled it at a certain distance, and then on a sphere, he traveled it in less. You heard him.
Dumbest thing I've heard in a while.
Absolutely.
You heard him say it
He keeps
again,
saying it with
guys.
such conviction,
It's
like
so
it's a home
stupid.
run or something. Dude.
Well,
It's
the thing
unbelievable.
is, Dr. Bob, your argument's a little weak. You're saying that mathematically it didn't match
Ironclad,
my
Lemon.
perfect mathematical
Sorry.
expectation on a flat surface, therefore it's not flat. But
There's
there's a bunch
nothing
of perfect
You can argue
mathematical
against the math if you
expectations
want, not
on a
against
globe
me.
that don't match
You can
either,
argue
doctor,
against
yet
the
you still
math.
hold to the globe. Therefore, your logic is a little spurious and a little contradictory. We
You
have
can argue
math that
against
doesn't
the math,
match
Lemon.
flat
You
or
don't
round,
have an
doctor,
argument against
but you
me.
would
You have
tend
an
to get
argument
shorter
against the math.
distances
Go
on
for
a
it.
flat plane
Math.
because everything gets bigger and the distances increase from flat going towards something curved. So what you're saying is just really bad logic. I'm sorry.
It shows a fundamental ignorance on the topic.
The
You're
math is
basically
the
saying
math.
that
Sorry
a
about that, guys.
geodesic is a shorter distance than the chord straight line through. It's ridiculous.
Yes,
It's
sir.
insanity.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Who said
It's
anything
almost
about
like
a
you're
chord?
trolling us or something.
Who said anything about a chord?
The funny thing is,
I said chord line because it's a
said
straight line,
anything
and you're saying
about
the
a
straight
chord.
line is longer than the geodesic, than the curve.
A
thing.
straight line
You're
on a flat
on your
surface
rocker,
is
man.
longer
You're
than
falling
the
off.
geodesic line on a spherical Earth between 2 points. Yes.
You hear that? He's saying it again. Wow.
It's the other way around, dude.
Look, it's not my fault you don't understand the math. All
No,
right.
I'm pretty sure Yoda just doesn't
Go back and
understand
try it again.
Okay, so
We
if I have
understand
2
enough.
points, I have a question. So if I have a point from A to point B, and it's a plane in between the two, and then I travel point A to point B, but there's a giant mountain in between the two, which distance traveled is greater?
I believe that was to you, Bob.
And I believe I'm not playing the mountain and turns and twists and valleys game.
Okay. I'll ask it one more time. If I travel from point A to point B and there's a plane in between the points, and then I travel from point A to point B and there's a mountain in between the points, which one is
Not
a
playing the
greater
mountain game.
distance? Which
Not
one is
playing
a
the mountain
greater
game. I'm not
distance
going to address it.
travel?
Busted.
D.
Like what you're saying
address
is
it.
so asinine. It's like me saying I have 2 points, and for one of them I walked a distance of 5 steps, 5 meters, and for the other one I leapfrogged a distance of 4 meters, even though they're the same 2 points and the same distance. It's
All right.
ridiculous, man.
You guys just can't get this, can you? You're just not
Then
getting
why
it.
can't
So
you
let me
answer
go
my
ahead and
simple
spell it out.
question?
I'll spell
No,
it out
answer
for
my
you to make
question.
it easy.
Answer my question.
Spell it
Answer
out,
my
I will
Bob.
spell it out for you to make it easy. The distance between
answer my-
Perth and Sydney, Australia on a flat plane is 4,400 nautical miles. The
He's gonna
distance
do it again.
between Perth
Gonna
and
do it
Sydney,
again.
Australia on a spherical Earth is 1,777 miles. When you drive it,
I swear to God.
you're running into about 1,777 miles. You have a little bit extra because you go over hills and you go around curves and down valleys and you got to cross a bridge and pay a toll. But it's nowhere near 4,400 nautical miles. Therefore, unfortunately, the Earth is not a plane.
He's going to say it again. That's insane. So, and you say unfortunately, like literally, it's such a self-rejection. But my question for you again is, so is the distance traveled between point A and point B shorter on the plane or with the mountain in between them?
Come on, Bob, you can do it.
What part of I'm not going to play into your silly little games don't you get?
You see, the fact you can't answer the question shows that you're being dishonest.
I can easily answer it. I'm not answering it because it's irrelevant.
All right.
What's
It
the
shows
answer?
the
then?
logic,
I still
Dr.
want to know where
Bob.
the
It
flat
shows
Earth
that a
was that
flat
you
plane
measured.
would be shorter, so what you're saying is a little absurd. Where did you get 4,400 nautical miles between Sydney and some other place, Australia? What
I'll tell
numbers
you.
went into that calculation?
I'll tell you, and you can do it yourself. Sydney has a known latitude and longitude on the surface of the Earth. Perth has a known latitude and longitude on the surface of the Earth. The North Pole has a known latitude and longitude on the surface of the Earth. We know the distance between Perth and the North Pole. We know the distance between Sydney and the North Pole. We know the angle between them, which is the difference in longitude. Using that data, you can use the law of cosines to determine the side of the triangle between Perth and Sydney on a flat plane. It's 4,400 nautical miles. Using the Haversine formula on a curved surface of the spherical Earth, we come up with a distance of 1,777 nautical miles. The actual flight distance between the two is about 1,778 miles.
But to be honest, I was a little puzzled, but I understand now.
Yeah, so can you give me the documentation of knowing the interior angle to the two locations from the North Pole, please?
Yes, it's the difference in longitude.
So can you give me the actual documentation of the angles measured from the actual North Pole, please?
Yes, it's the difference in the longitude, which is the actual
You're just going to keep
angle
saying the same.
between those two. Yeah, because that's the answer. That is the
Okay.
difference. That is the angle between those two lines of longitude, the one that goes through Perth and the one that goes through Sydney.
Right, so the longitude and latitude have a presupposed area of the North Pole, right? So can you give me the verification that you documented these angles from the North Pole, please?
And the
Yes,
distances.
using the longitude.
You're just like a broken it's like you're a robot.
Well, that's because you don't get it the first 12 times I say it.
Okay.
Are you saying that latitude and longitude are not actual locations on the surface of the Earth?
What I'm saying is that your central point is off.
Are you saying that the latitude and longitude are not actual locations on the Earth? Because you know
That's
what
right.
I'm
It's
going to...
arbitrary lines. It's arbitrary lines that you
Great. So go ahead and publish right now. Get your iPhone. Take a screenshot of your current latitude and longitude. See if I can't send you a picture of your house.
Okay, yeah. So we have it mapped out relative to locations now, but how do you verify the central angle, please?
So you can't.
So it's just sad, bro, that you don't understand these things. But so you do agree that if you travel over a flat surface and you travel over a curved surface, that the distance traveled over the curved surface is greater?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
If it's the same
point, a great circle is shorter than a flat Earth straight line distance between 2 points. I just demonstrated that.
You did not demonstrate.
No, you didn't.
You demonstrated your.
Do you disagree with the mathematics that I used?
I disagree with your premise.
Do you disagree with the mathematics that I used?
Yeah, because you have a faulty premise.
Okay, go ahead and disprove the mathematics then. Disprove the Haversine formula and the law of cosine.
So if I can work out an equation about how fairies fly, it doesn't matter. Your premise is dumb. That's why you won't answer the simple question.
Work out the math.
Is the distance greater from point A to point B if the surface traveled is flat or curved?
Has absolutely nothing to do with the question.
I've already stated
that if
point
you take
A and point B. Let's say you didn't know.
Come on, stop talking over me.
No, just real quick. Let's say you didn't know.
Look, you get done when you can figure the math out. Let me know.
No, I'm just like running it by you. So you have point A, point B, right? Now let's say you don't know whether the Earth is flat or curving between them. All you know is that you measured a distance, right? You can't then say, "Oh, I measured a different distance," because that means that your first distance that you measured was bad. If you measured it in a shorter distance a second time, that means you just didn't do a good job of measuring the first distance. Okay? You can't just say, "Oh, I measured it in a shorter distance, therefore my hypothesis is true." That's not how it works, bro.
You done?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So do you have any response to the mathematics? Now, what I very clearly stated was that if you take into account mountains and curves and bridges and tolls and hills and valleys and everything else. So if the Haversine formula distance between the two locations is 1,777 nautical miles, and we drive 2,500 nautical miles, but the straight line distance is 4,400 nautical miles, 2,500 is definitely less than 4,400, which again
A straight
rules out
line
the
goes
flat
through
Earth.
the Earth. A straight line goes through the globe.
Oh, once again, you don't get it, do you?
Bob,
very
my problem with the
clearly, we're
math-
not talking about chords.
I have a problem with
We're
the math.
talking about a straight line on a flat surface.
Bob, I
we
have
are
a problem with the
talking
math.
a curved
The problem with
line
the math
on
between these
a
two
globe.
points. The problem with the math between these 2 points is that one of your distance measurements is wrong. If you actually traveled in less, kilometers or miles, and you actually did that, then that's accurate. Okay, that means the straight line distance that you had before was inaccurate because it can only be one distance regardless of the surface.
Nope.
Yes.
That's not how it works.
Unless
Sorry.
you're cutting through the Earth of your supposed globe, you can only
Nope.
have one distance measurement. That's
The
accurate.
Haversine gives you a great circle distance across the surface of a sphere, and that is the distance.
Is it
for
the
that
distance
third
measured?
side?
When we
What's
take
the distance measured, not
4,400 miles and divide by 69 miles per degree, we get about 63 degrees between Sydney and Perth, Australia. So it looks like we just took 69 miles per degree and just multiplied it times the number of degrees.
Is it
between
63
Perth and
degrees
Sydney.
of longitude between Sydney and Perth?
According to Google. It's
No,
negative
you're lying,
33
Lemon.
for one and 31 for the other one, talking about the
That's latitude, you simpleton. What's the longitude?
Which one did you use,
longitude.
dumbass? If you're gonna call me simpleton, then I'm gonna start calling you names too, dumbass.
You're a simpleton, Lemon, because I
which
very
numbers
clearly
did you
stated
use,
the difference
dumbass?
between longitude.
Don't descend, Lemon.
Tell him, Lemon.
It's very
Tell him.
evident that
Read
he
the
has to
longitude,
descend
Lemon.
himself.
The longitude appeared to be no different. It's 150 and like 151 as far as I saw it. I have to double check the numbers
That's
again.
That's the latitude.
Try it again. No, it's the longitude. One is 151. What's the other
Let's
one?
go back to Google. Hold on.
Yeah, next time come prepared when you challenge me.
Anyway, motherfucker.
I-
It looks
I-
like you took 69 miles per
You're in
degree.
cognitive
Basically,
decline,
did a
mate.
simple mathematical calculation, as far as I can tell, dumbass. But I'll
What's the
double check
difference
my
in
math
longitude
again.
between the
Thank
two?
you for keeping the discussion so civil.
I even
Doctor.
posted
I
an
really
image for it, Bob,
appreciate you.
just to help him out.
No, let Lemon do it.
Yeah, I know, but I thought posting it would help.
Lemon can handle him. Don't worry.
He's not bright enough to be able to read your post.
Oh, okay.
Anybody's bright enough to handle you. You think you can travel a shorter distance than the shortest possible distance. You, sir, are
The
unbelievable.
shortest possible distance on a flat Earth, I can go under that on the Earth. Yes, because the Earth is not flat.
You used a globe.
Oh my
projection.
fucking god! You are brain dead.
So Lemon, what's the difference in longitude between those two cities?
It looked like about 45. It was 115 to 150 or something like that. 30.
115 to 151. What's the difference between 115 and 151? Is it 45?
35, I believe.
Very good. It's 35. It's not 60 something, almost 70 degrees, as you said earlier. So you were wrong, weren't you,
Technically, it's
Lemon?
36.
Nope.
You were wrong,
4,400
weren't you,
miles
Lemon?
divided by 69 gives you about 63 degrees.
But that's not the number of degrees between the 2 points. It's only about 35 degrees between the 2 points, 36. All right? So you're wrong. You can't even admit that you were wrong.
Nope, my math was fine.
That's rich coming from you.
4,400 divided by 69 gives you about 63 degrees.
69 has absolutely nothing to do with anything on longitude. You know that, right? Because longitude changes. The distance of 1 degree of longitude changes with every degree of latitude, doesn't it, Lemon? It's 69 degrees for longitude at the equator. What is it at the tropics,
argument
Lemon?
is if you take the globe model's math, it doesn't work on the flat Earth. Therefore, globe is true.
No, it's the
Thank you,
difference
Dr.
between
Bob. You are
taking
correct about that.
planar geometry and spherical geometry and seeing which one fits the actual Earth. Spherical geometry
Dr.
fits
Bob.
the actual Earth.
A flat
No, because
line
they
from
measure
point A to
the
point B.
distances. Sorry, go ahead. What's
Why does it work?
Flat line
Look,
from
just
point A
go
to
ahead
point
and
B is
you disprove
always
spherical
shorter.
geometry.
Anyway, thank you, Dr.
Unless
Bob,
you
for
can
your
disprove,
correction. You're correct.
unless you can disprove spherical geometry, you've got nothing to say. What's it?
I don't have to say anything. You pretty much told yourself whenever you couldn't answer the simple question of which one is a greater distance traveled, a plane or a mountain in between the 2 points.
Thank you, Dr. Bob, for reminding me that I need to multiply 69 times the cosine of that latitude. Looks like
And
it's
what's that
around
come up with,
33
Lemon?
degrees. So when we multiplied 69 times the cosine of 33 degrees, we get the new number of miles per latitude for that latitude. Thank you, Doctor. Let's go back to the calculator, gentlemen. Let's see.
He got the wrong answer, and I think he's got the right answer.
Doesn't matter calculations. A straight line can never be a curved line. No matter what you say or do, you cannot travel a shorter distance between the shorter distance. Less than. Impossible. Bob.
Yeah. So let's
Definition's
recap
right in the chat. You can't disagree with it. It's a definitional thing. It's not subject to your approval.
Okay, so let's recap your argument. Horizontal means curved, level means curved, flat means curved, straight line means curved, and a straight line flat path from point A to point B is longer than a curved path from point A to point B.
You got it, Witzit. Nicely done, yep.
And he'll be back tomorrow.
What a fucking nutcase.
In a nutshell, yep.
And he'll be back tomorrow to do it again. Pinky in the brain style.
Yes. Yes.
For years.
Truth doesn't change, man.
Have you considered taking an AIDS test?
Jeez.
Too far? Okay.
I still don't understand how you got
The thing is, he had
4,400
AIDS before he
miles
took the
between the
job.
2 points. I still don't understand that. What numbers
All right,
went into
Lemon,
the
I'll go ahead and
calculation?
explain it to you again, Lemon, because you seem to be
I
interested.
just need the raw numbers, Doctor. How many
The
degrees
distance?
per latitude times what? That's all
All
that I
right,
need.
the distance to the North Pole is
I just need
69
the raw
is
numbers.
60 nautical miles
Lemon
times
likes
the
it
number
raw,
of degrees between Sydney and Perth. That gives you a distance to
Oh
the
yeah,
North
you
Pole.
said something about the law of cosine. So
Angle.
Thank you.
If you'll stop talking, I'm finishing explaining it to you.
I
The
asked for the raw
angle
numbers.
between
I
the
don't need
two.
the whole process again. If you're
The
just going to
angle
repeat the whole
between the two
process
is the
again, I got
difference
it.
in
Thank you.
longitude, which is 36 degrees, and then you use the law of cosines to solve for the third side
It's
of the
almost
triangle.
as if an algorithm got triggered and you're on repeat, malfunctioning or something.
For years. This is going on for years.
Well, you guys
Thank
simply
you,
haven't
Doctor.
gotten it.
I'll figure it out myself. I would have
Yeah, but
appreciated the raw numbers so you could have saved
too
me
much math
time,
for you.
pain, and heartache. But thank you, Doctor. I'll figure it out myself.
It's too
If
much
you
math for
believe
you
that
guys
we
to
just
figure out.
still right, and so if you believe that for years it's just too much math and we can't figure it out, is it your algorithm that has instructed you to come in here and keep repeating it, or what's the purpose?
I like to listen to your errors because it gives me ideas on how to correct them for people that actually do want to learn things.
Hey, is the distance between 2 points shorter with a flat plane than a mountain?
Witsit, you're not going to get to ask me any questions unless you can answer some questions on globe science.
Oh, dang.
All right. The first question is: can you have
Gosh.
a right angle to a curve? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
True answer.
Second question: give me 3 different ways that on the globe model we can calculate the radius of the Earth.
You can't.
You can't.
Okay, so you failed both questions. You don't get to talk to me.
Well, I'm probably not gonna get to sleep tonight.
You know what he did
Matter of
to me
fact,
on
you're going
his
on
show,
mute.
guys?
I know.
He
I know.
forbade.
You won.
I know exactly why Witcher's not sleeping tonight. And
You
it's
glitched.
nothing to do with you, Bob.
You glitched his matrix, his decision-making matrix.
Well,
He
he's on
wanted-
mute now, so he doesn't get to talk to me anymore.
Well, don't talk over him, and you won't get muted either, Bob.
You glitched out his decision-making matrix. He's here to teach something and then mutes people who ask him questions.
Well, when you
I
guys
just
can
think
figure
it's-
out the math, let me know. I'll see you guys later.
Okay. All right, man. Flat doesn't mean curve, man. That's an antonym.
It was a flounce.
Wow, what a show this is gonna be! Wow.
That's the best part. Like they'll say that.
So what do
Oh
you guys?
man, this is
what do
a
you
clip
guys?
and a half, brother.
What do you guys think that this about this Bob? Do you think he's a shill or do you think he's just a Dunny Kruger ass motherfucker?
He believes this shit, bro. He believes this shit.
He believes the mathematics. The mathematics is.
What he is he's worked up. The society tried to take him out because he's a scumbag. So he looked for other people that he thought was less than him. He wants to feel better about himself.
What do you mean
and
society
what
tried to take him out?
I'll DM you.
He
Not
Yeah, it's kind of like you're not supposed to talk about on this server, but you can just Google his name and you can see the headlines.
He what do you call it? He copyright striked Bev twice. Just so you guys know, watch out for this guy.
Yeah, it's also too. Did he pretended on a sock account to link a video of him talking, and then claimed it was a violation of privacy.
That's right, brother. You know the story. That's
Yeah.
right.
Because in his mind, if he's on the sock account, that's not him. That's somebody else.
What happened exactly?
What he did is he posted a video of himself. This is alleged now. Because why we think this is because he made another video saying, haha, me, I'm conniving. You know, how do you know I wouldn't do a sock account and post it myself? I'm very strategic, this and that. Anyways, regardless of that, he copyright struck, is that how it's said correctly? 2 videos. And one we suspect, we don't know for sure, he did it himself, but he almost admitted it, that he did it.
Yeah, he fancied himself as some sort of strategic deep thinker, but doesn't understand that if he's on the sock account, that's still him. He's still.
Hey, SE, did Emma's Discord get taken down?
Emma's Discord? No, not that I know of, no.
Yes. Well, Dawn said something about somebody had posted in chat that Emma's Discord had been taken down.
Not as far as I'm aware of, Left Lane.
That's good.
Hey, left lane, does flat mean curved?
That makes sense.
Right, so 70% of the ocean floor is abyssal plains, which is entirely flat, and it's in fact the flattest area on the entire Earth. So 70% of the ocean is flat, and you agree that that's the opposite of curved?
No, I wouldn't say that. I don't know that much about the abyssal plane, but I would imagine on the globe model that it would follow the curvature of the Earth.
So when it's described as being the flattest area on all the Earth, it means curved.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that the people that make that statement are even aware of the flat Earth community, that they would need to be careful in their wording.
So what you're saying is they're using the word flat to actually mean the opposite?
Well, I mean, they say that Kansas is the flattest state. Well, Florida actually is, but they said that Kansas is the flattest state, but they don't really mean it's flat without curvature. They mean it's flat without elevation change.
Okay, so it doesn't mean flat without curvature. So are abyssal plains perfectly flat? Flat is almost an understatement. The abyssal plains are some of the flattest features on the plain. Some drop in elevation less than a foot for every 1,000 feet in distance. Sometimes there are small hills called abyssal hills, but generally abyssal plains are as flat as a tabletop.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean flat?
Let's say I wouldn't make an argument based on that article.
Okay.
I mean, we get into the minutia of the argument here, and
You just said flat doesn't mean flat, but it says flat as a tabletop. There's not much minutia here.
But with it,
No,
they claim that a tabletop is leveled out. So if their level is curved, then tabletops aren't even flat. They're just level, but it's so negligible that you can't even tell.
There's literally no such thing as
a huge ass table that it would be curving too.
Right. There's no such thing as flat, in this pair.
Well,
because
see,
when I asked you, well, how
Go
would you
ahead.
know if it was actually flat and not curved flat? How would you know the difference? What would you call it then?
See, I would just take issue with the person that wrote that article in their wording. I mean, so I
What
really
about
can't.
what about NOAA.gov? Would you take issue with their wording?
Oh yeah,
NOAA.gov.
yeah. If that's who wrote that, I would take issue with them.
That's really good.
Okay.
So do that, and then come back when you're smarter.
Uncalled for.
See, I don't know why you think that's cool to do, Priya. I don't come back when you're smarter.
Yeah, because if you think you're smarter than these people who are offering you the same stuff, you should be able to walk in there and tell them that you know the answer.
I didn't say I was smarter, and it's not an answer. It's taking issue with the wording of an article. It's not saying someone's dumb or smart.
I'll say that you're smarter than the person that wrote that article, because if the aim is to be internally consistent with your model, then flat is not the appropriate term to use. It would be better to say level. So you're right to take issue with it within your paradigm.
Yeah, thank
you. You tried to get offensive about it because you want to trigger.
No, but what you said was kind of offensive.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, you're the one trying to trigger, brother. Yeah.
From what? What am I trying to trigger by?
Come back when you're smarter. It's pretty funny.
Exactly.
Well, he said that right from the very beginning. He didn't know anything about the right at the start of the conversation. He doesn't know anything about the abyssal plane. Then by the end of the conversation, he's a subject matter expert who knows more than the actual source.
Come on, man.
You're illustrating your ability to twist.
No, I followed the law. I was listening. I was like, "This is gonna be good. Let's see how you walk and squirm through this."
No, that's not what he said. He said he would take issue with the wording of the article. That's what he said.
On a topic that he doesn't even know.
There you go again. You're displaying it. You just keep right on talking and digging yourself a hole.
An abyssal hole, huh? That's flat.
Yeah, deep hole.
Well, you did admit from the beginning that you didn't know much about it, but
that's what I'm talking about. And he wanted to trigger. So here you are teaching him something that he doesn't know, and he just, instead of actually be like, "Oh, that's a good point," would say like, "I see where you're coming from." He's gonna try and throw the experts under the bus, and then get worked up when someone's like,
"Experts, man."
Well, for his model, these would be.
I mean, many thousands of kilometers of flat surface. It's known to be the flattest area in all the Earth. I mean, This is just the wording used because it's completely horizontal with like less than a meter per mini kilometer change, and that horizontal is adjacent to the continental landmass. So, yeah, it's a flat horizontal. It's called flat because it's flat. It's mind-blowingly flat. And there's no other way. It doesn't mean curved. That doesn't make sense. And then they measure slopes. Well, you measure a slope, a diagonal angle relative to a horizontal. 70% of the ocean floor is flat, and then you have slopes, angles to that horizontal. Which part of that is curved? Exactly.
Yo, Witsit, is it possible that these abyssal plains are flat because of like a decrease in elevation on an otherwise curved Earth, and the water is actually curved and level? Is it possible?
No, that doesn't make sense to me. Like, okay, so what the globe Earth says is that there are sediment layers that proportionately layer the further away from the landmass you get. That's why you get flat.
Imagine I had
sediment.
Imagine I had a ball of dough, right? I'm like, making some dinner rolls or something. I have this ball of dough, right? And then I take like, just like, I don't know, the bottle cap of like the oil or something like that, and I press it down, upside down onto the top of the dough, just flattening out a little part of it, right? The rest of the dough could still be, curved, whereas where I press down just barely with that bottle cap, it's going to be relatively flat, right?
Okay, so the part that you press down is flat, though, and that part you press down is 70% of the floor of the ocean, so...
So the abyssal plains cover 70% of the floor of the ocean?
Yes.
Okay, my bad. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, it's insane. It's insane. 70% of the ocean floor is just mind-blowing.
Yeah, it's the same citation. I can screen cap it. Continuing your journey across the ocean basin, you would descend to a steep continental slope to the abyssal plain at this depth of 10,000 feet, covering 70% of the ocean floor.
I mean, it could still work, right? It could still work that you have this, just like you have a cup. I'm just playing devil's advocate here.
No, he gave you the citation.
You have the bottom of a cup and it's flat, right? Like these abyssal plains, but theoretically you could have this water that's curved on top, like in real world examples you have like a meniscus or whatever, but you have to theorize that the water is actually curving around this globe, right?
We're gonna make
ocean floor
bowl.
is just the container. It's not the actual surface.
So it's like a bowl. It's like a bowl, but it's a ball also. Like if you press down a cup that covers 70% of the dough, you don't have a ball anymore.
Like imagine I put this dough that I had, this ball of dough, I put it into a pan with a flat base, right? And I let it rise. The top is going to be like curved, but the bottom's going to be flat. The bottom's going to be the ocean floor that is flat.
Yeah, so you can't have a ball then.
No, you can, because the outside would be curved.
Yeah, well, but that would be because of surface tension, right? And the water surface wouldn't be displaying a correspondence with the floor.
I don't know if a ball of dough rises like concavely or convexly because of surface tension, but
oh, sorry, I misunderstood.
Obviously,
you.
It would be a different mechanism. I'm just painting the example of how it could theoretically be possible.
Yeah, I got that one wrong.
Well, the thing is that the bottom of the ocean has to curve at the rate consistent with the radius value. The elevation of the oceans would have to increase proportionate to how far out you went over top of the flat part, right? If that makes sense. So it doesn't really work. I mean, conveniently, we don't know the true depths of the ocean, maybe, but. And by the way, you'll never hear a glober ever even try to argue what you're arguing. You'll never hear it. But no, I mean, that would be maybe their best argument. Yeah,
this
but
is
that would
honestly
require
the first time I've ever heard of these abyssal plains being that flat, like the ocean floor being that flat.
Insane.
I had no idea.
It's insane. The fact that no one knows it's what's crazy, bro. I just started looking into it really today. But what I'm saying is, to do what you're doing requires you be honest about it being flat, and their instinctive response is just flat means curved. They can't think beyond that. So then, you'll never get, like, what you're trying to do requires a somewhat of a honest concession.
Yeah.
So yeah, they don't even grasp it. I was trying to tell, like, Rumpus and them in here earlier. I'm like reading their site, their sources. Like, I'm like, dude, do you understand what they're saying? Sediment layers give it this illusion of being flat, and they just don't understand it. So it's like, what do you do? 70%. The reason that I thought about this too is I was watching this dude from Wu-Tang Clan and Killer Priest podcast, Dave Weiss, on there. He was like, yeah, of course the surface of the water is flat. It's called sea level, duh. He's like, but the Earth's a ball. It's like the floor of the ocean is what you'd have to know. It's curving. And I just find it funny. Even though it's just retarded, I find it funny because 70% of the ocean floor is, like, known to be the flattest thing that exists.
And the best part too, that this comes from the executive branch of the federal government. So they'll say the executive branch of the federal government gives them NASA. It also gives them this.
Yeah, and they're just incompetent.
Yeah, they'll argue. They'll say, well, the government's wrong. And then when the government tells them 50 years ago they went to space for world peace, oh, they were right about that suddenly. Because Nixon was just a stand-up guy. See, they're completely obsessed with flat Earth. They don't even know the globe, and things like this that they had access to. It would keep them. It would be like if they just let go of it and just worried about the globe, they'd have enough content to keep them busy for the rest of their life.
So, like, if flat means curved in the situation, which is actually an insufficient and ignorant, the question is, so if it actually was flat, as in literally flat, and not somehow meaning the exact opposite and being curved, how would you know that? Like, how would you measure that? If surveying flat is automatically curved, then if there was something that was literally flat from your position, extended out, not relative to this magic curve of Earth, how would you measure that, and what would it be called?
They couldn't measure it. I don't see how they could do it.
Yeah, it's insane. It's such insanity. It literally
That's
takes
why, like,
the actual meaning of.
When reading your thing, it says, I don't know how much. It said that the elevation dropped by like a foot every 100 something or whatever. And it's like, how do they even know that? They're measuring it against sea level.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
they have many
elevation
different
drop
ways they
less
do
than
it.
a foot for every 1,000 feet in distance.
Right. Yeah. So they do sea level. I forgot what the word is. I'm trying to think. It's like it starts with a B. The method's like I can't remember. But yeah, it's using from the surface measuring. Like, many boats are equipped with it. What's it called? I don't know. It's probably in these articles. But it's the same thing with the slope too. It's like, what are you measuring the slope relative to? It's just the horizontal, man. Like.
Yeah, I just read that part they were talking about. Like Thomas Jefferson set this up to map out the Great Lakes, and then over time they started doing the oceans.
Yeah. It literally takes the true meaning of flat off the table entirely. It's that absurd.
Yeah, so they would take depth soundings by dropping a lead line off the ship until it reaches the bottom. When the line went slack, the term sounding comes from plumb, or Old English So look at there you go. There's a giant plumb bob.
Yeah. Of course, perpendicular to the plane. And they also do like deep sea mining where they send tanks down there. They use sonar and many other things, sound waves, to map it out. And of course, it's all horizontally propagated and mapped.
Yeah,
I'll
right to
drop
very
this article.
yeah, right to the very end here. Very little of the ocean floor has been mapped directly. So it's just kind of done based off a guess. It's like if the continues this way. So they know it's flat, but they don't know exactly what all the topography is of it.
Yeah, just like after they go a certain distance, there's no measurable change, or it's like very minor. So, you know.
That's another talking point too. So they'll tell you that they've mapped Mars, they've mapped the Moon, they've mapped Jupiter, Uranus, all these planets, all mapped out, 100%. Earth, about 30%, maybe. Like if you can't map here, you can't map out there. Get real.
One of these articles actually say something like that. Like it's often said we've mapped out more of the surface of the moon than the ocean. Yeah, sorry if I'm like reposting. I can't remember. Yeah, however you say that word, bathymetry. Couldn't tell.
Bathymetry.
Yeah, BATHYMETRY.
Yeah, bathymetry. Oh yeah, there we go. Like using contour lines the same way you would do like on the map to show elevation changes.
I mean, you could just go down there and shoot sonar waves, you know, like insane distance. All right, dude, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna catch up with y'all on the flip. Good night.
Ciao, was it? Good one.
This is supposedly Lake Michigan. So then if you look there on the left hand side, it goes deep really quick. Where if you come from the south, it would look like it's a gradual sort of depth change.
So the red is the deepest crit.
No, red's shallow.
Red's
Yeah,
shallow.
yeah,
Okay.
it's kind of counterintuitive.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. It is actually. What's the elevation change? Hold on, I've got to open it up and look at it.
Yeah, it looks like in meters.
So it goes up to large. So 250 meters is the deepest point.
Yeah, I'm not sure it gets. It looks like that blue isn't that dark a blue. Maybe it's more in
No.
the.
Yeah, it's more. Yeah, I was gonna. It's more in the 150 to 175 range. If you're going by the colours. So there's a difference between the centre and the edge of about 175 meters. What's the width of it? Hold on. So what have we got? 30. 30. And the whole thing's what, about 150 meters wide, yeah?
Yeah, it looks like the 100,
50 kilometers wide, sorry. Not
no
150 meters.
meters. Yeah.
No. The whole width of that whole thing is about 150 kilometers. Thereabouts.
I don't know.
I'm just going by the
Oh,
key down the
yeah.
bottom of 30 kilometers for about, I don't know.
I feel like that's
Should
too much. Yeah, because the key goes out to 30 kilometers.
Yeah. So what? So over about 150k, what should that curvature be?
Well, how about this one? Look at the image I just posted. Duluth all the way to St. Louis Seaway to the ocean. There's no curve the whole way. They had to build channels like locks to lower the boats down to each Great Lake.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I wonder why.
Earth is flat. To look at this Niagara Falls thing, it reminded me of a couple years ago. There are people who were jumping off the Golden Gate Bridge.
Mm-hmm.
So that they're talking, like the globalists are saying, the Golden Gate Bridge proves the Earth is curved because they built it to match the curve of the Earth. And then at the same time, they said it's a mental health issue if you don't see it, if you can't see it, right? That's the issue where you have to be medicated or forced medication and stuff like that. But at the same time that there are people who are jumping off the bridge because they had actual mental health issues. There are people who are, it's so high up that you hit the water, it's like hitting the ground.
Mm.
So that, and the people like break limbs and then they drown, or if they survive the impact anyway. So I'm like, if you were able to diagnose mental health issues and actually were able to help, wouldn't you be on this Golden Gate Bridge that proves the Earth is a globe? And you could use that as a talking point to talk somebody down from, and eventually they put phones in. There's like a hot, like if you walk on the Golden Gate Bridge, and then that didn't work. So they closed, there's only one lane you can walk in. And eventually after that, they put these massive sort of nets in that cost like millions of dollars. And
yeah. They had to do something like that with a bridge in Melbourne. They put all these safety barriers and whatnot on the side of the Westgate Bridge because some fellow threw his child off the bridge.
Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah, it was absolutely tragic. Absolutely tragic.
It's like you just type in Golden. I started just in Google, typed in Golden Gate, and then it just auto-filled to jumpers. I mean, that's how bad it was. There's people, like daily, people were jumping off. So this is why they don't seem to have this connection with the rest of humanity, the globalists. Because if they really cared about these issues, there's things they could do besides getting worked up about flat Earth.
So I'm reading this abyssal plane stuff, and in this source, one of the sources that Witsit put on in the text chat, I'm getting like contradictory numbers in terms of how much of a percent it is covering the ocean floor.
Oh yeah, they really don't know. It's kind of a guess. It's not been mapped out.
Yeah, one of them says 70% of the ocean floor, and then the other one says 83% of the total like area of the seafloor.
Well,
Total area of the ocean, yeah.
How large is this abyssal plains percent? Does it
60%,
give a
60% of the Earth's surface. So 60% of the Earth is flat. By their own admission.
Yeah. But it curves because it's flat.
And then there's another part that says that the abyssal plains occupy around 28% of the global seafloor, which is a far cry from the 70 that they mentioned earlier. So I don't understand. I mean, this one there may be possibly including seas as well as oceans, but you wouldn't think it would be that much of a disparity, right? So it seems kind of weird.
I wouldn't even thought they would have mapped that much of the seafloor, to be quite honest with you.
They don't have that much of the seafloor mapped. It's not 70%. Nope.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't have thought. Not at all.
Technically, the 70% value is for the ocean floor, not the seafloor. Yeah, so it would make sense if they were just purposefully giving separate facts for both the sea floor and the ocean floor, like treating them separately. 70% of the ocean floor, or like 83%. There's still that kind of that disjunct there, but then 20 whatever percent for the sea floor specifically. And then there's another issue that I found with the same source, wherein they're talking about the slope, the elevation change. So in one area they say the slope is 1 to 1,000, right? Like 1 meter to 1,000 meters in distance in terms of elevation change.
Yep.
And when they say slope, you assume that that means upwards, like inclining, right?
You can take it either way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, slope can mean incline or decline.
Well, later they specify drop in elevation, so it's apparently going down.
Yeah.
Only 5% of their ocean floor has been mapped, so I don't know how he got a 70% figure.
Yeah, I'd go with that figure, for sure. I wouldn't have thought it'd be very much at all. Not very much at all.
It's a hard undertaking.
Yeah, exactly. And they've only probably just done around the coastlines of most places anyway. That'd be that 5%.
Some of the oceans are like 200 meters deep.
200 meters. 200 meters. No, 200 meters ain't deep. That's not very deep.
That's it.
Yeah, that's
And
nothing.
some parts of the ocean, that's most of it. And some parts go down several kilometers. It's just not easy to get down there. The pressure is extreme.
Yeah, no. I thought some of the deepest parts were like 8 kilometers deep.
Yeah, 12,100 feet deep. Well, just think, as high as our mountains.
Yep.
We'll get the same thing for the floor of the ocean. Those are mostly in the Mariana Trench area.
Yeah, no, but saying slope can be both incline and decline, definitely.
Yeah, and imagine it's like a huge kind of like valley type thing, like this really subtle valley, wherein towards the center of this abyssal plain, it's going down, and then when you're at the center and you keep on going, it's going to start going up again. Kind of like a frying pan.
Yeah. Yep. With some dough in it, cooking.
Let's not mix analogies. Dinner rolls are going to come out real bad if that's the case.
Yeah. What's up, All Glory?
Hello.
Yo, I got a question for you. All glory to the Most High. So, God is not physical, correct? Is he there?
Don't know. He was. Who knows if he's physical percent?
I think by definition, he has to not be physical.
Yeah, but we don't know.
Because God's eternal, right? He wasn't created. He didn't start
Yeah,
existing, come from non-existence to existence, right?
I talk
If
about
he's made
God.
of matter. Well, let me
You
just
talk about
say
God in the Bible.
I mean, God logically.
Yo, I have
Yeah.
I have a question for some flat earthers, if you guys wouldn't mind digressing a bit.
Yeah, just real quick
Oh,
as for the
yeah.
answer one.
Can we just finish this point quickly?
Sure. So
Nunky, and we'll go on.
yeah, so as
Yeah,
soon
no,
as
yeah,
you
go ahead,
introduce matter from non-existence to existence,
Mhm.
then you have dimensions. You have height, you have width, you have the first three dimensions, right? And as soon as that matter is moving, or any matter is moving, then you have time, right? But God is eternal. He's before time. He created, these dimensions and matter and stuff like that. So he can't be of it, right? He has to be metaphysical, by definition. So
Well, that's our layperson's definition of what things are, too. Like we're trying to put a definition on what God is, and He is eternal, and He is these things by our definitions. But God is just God. He is what He is.
no, but he has
And
to be before time because time is created, right? Time is
Yeah,
a function
yeah.
of matter.
Yeah.
And he created
No.
that. So he has to be before it, technically.
Yeah. Well, I see the path that you're going down, but we're trying to apply our laws and our understandings to Him.
Yeah, of course. That's the best we can do,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So my point is, though, because people say, well, in terms of the Christian God, they say that he rested on the throne, like on the seventh day or whatever, right? He created the world in 6 days, the earth and the heavens, and then rested. And they say he's the Most High, right? This is something that's a lot of faiths say that he's the Most High and stuff. My question is, if he's not physical, how is he high, which is a physical property? How is he resting? How do you justify giving physical properties to a metaphysical being?
Yeah, was it Moses asked that, and God said, "I am."
Like I think everyone has an image in their head of what God is. Pretty much. This
Not me.
dude. Well, maybe
I
at
have
some
a blur
stage.
because I can't really I can't even
Yeah.
begin to think of it. So it's just like a blur, kind of, not even.
Yeah, but maybe at one stage you did those percent, right? Everyone's sort of seen pictures and all that sort of stuff, and these pictures and stuff kind of stick with you. And if God is of nothing, like what is He? Is He a frequency? Vibration, like just an energy, like a puff of whatever. Like what is He, her, it exactly? It's really hard to wrap your head around it, really, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought of it because I saw All Glory's name.
Mm. Yeah.
I kind of I guess at this point, I imagine it as like invisible energy. But every once in a while, I'll kind of imagine light too. When someone has an epiphany in like the movies and stuff like that, there's light, and maybe that's programming or what have you. But every once in a while, it'll slip in.
But then, if it's like just energy and light, things that we're told about how we were created, God spoke it into existence. He said it was so. Like how does energy speak? Like that's a physical characteristic, speech, isn't it? Or a thought, even. It's a physical characteristic of what we know and what we've been told, or the idea that's been placed in our head of how things started. These are physical characteristics.
Yeah. just shows you how inferior our our knowledge is, like how little we know.
Yeah, true that.
It's humbling.
Very much so. Very much so. But
All
anyway,
right, theologians. Yeah.
Jump in. Jump in.
So I
Get in there.
have a question for the flat earthers here in the chat. How do you guys, presuming if the Earth is flat, the Apollo missions are a hoax, right? That's I guess what I'm assuming you guys believe. Hope I'm not strawmanning anyone, but how do you guys then explain the when they will bounce lasers off of the radio reflectors? I guess they're radio signals. I'm not quite sure. But basically, they say some sort of columnated light comes back and it couldn't be produced by just hitting the moon or whatever. Does any flat earthers have an actual like argument against that?
Yeah.
Or like a debunk for that? Or
Yeah, they were doing it before they even went to the moon. There was a university, I don't remember what university it was in the States, that was shooting lasers and getting it back, getting transmissions before they even put in the laser reflectors before the moon missions. So
right. So basically, the explanation would be that you can just reflect it off the moon either way, and they're doing it before they even put the radio reflectors.
In what year were they doing that percentage?
I don't know.
I believe it's I want to say 64, if I remember correctly. 63, 64.
And don't ask me what university it was because I forgot that too. It should be freely available.
Yeah, but they claim that the laser that they so
1947 is the first time they reflected something off the moon.
'47.
So that debunks the whole needing, to go to the moon and put these reflectors on, right? But it doesn't necessarily debunk the claim of the distances and the time and stuff like that. That's a separate claim with separate argument, which is that,
Is there any
we can't
ballers
assume
in
the
here?
medium, so we can't assume the distance and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's I'm just gonna like let them like that's not the part of the argument that I'm like trying to get at. Because I heard a baller basically saying that like the way it reflects couldn't reflect on the moon. It has to be like a radio reflector. So I'm seeing if like there are any ballers who can defend that position and have a little more specific details or evidence to that, or
it has
like
to
they're
do.
right. They are right. They were reflecting shit off the moon before any radio reflector was there. So
Yeah, it has to do with the quality of the signal that's returned when they bounce the laser and how much of it they get back.
Okay, so I was actually off a little bit. Can you guys hear me, by the way?
Yeah, Jared.
Yeah.
Okay, just because I've had a little bit of internet has been spotty today, so I was just wondering. So I guess it's 1962 is when they claimed the first lunar ranging tests were done. So it was done in that early 60s time. But what they claim with these retro reflectors, they specifically claim that these retro reflectors allow for, like you were saying, like basically what they claim with the retro reflectors is that there's a unique type of lasers that is used that, of course, only NASA sort of has. And that is one that they claim that they bounce off of those actual retroreflectors, and then they get what they claim is a unique signal back from that actual retroreflector, which they claim that it's like one photon, which is kind of strange, but that's what they get back.
What? Wow. Real?
Yeah, it says right here. This is right. I mean, this is from the Wikipedia, which obviously it's just the stuff they're putting out. But it says, out of 10 to the 21st power photons aimed at the reflector, only one is received back to Earth, even under good conditions. It says they can be identified as originating from the laser beam because the laser is highly monochromatic. So this is
Out
this.
of,
Yeah.
did you say out of 10 photons, you get one
10 to
back?
the 21.
10 to the 21st power.
That is
Oh,
insane.
Yeah.
That's
Only one
definitely
is
under the
received
margin
back to
of error.
Earth on a good day, under good conditions.
Damn.
So how many, I wonder, are they actually shooting? Is that the total number of photons that they claim to be firing?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, the thing is, though, this is not just a laser that you can, buy for a couple $1,000s or something. Like, I actually don't know like the specifics of it. I haven't looked into it. I mean, I've looked. I remember looking at what the equipment that they claim was used, but of course they just claim it. I mean, it can't be verified. I forget the name of it though, but I'm just saying that this is not just like a laser that any old civilian can use. This is the one that is
Just cut out
proprietary.
Right. So basically, you have to go to their lab and basically use their particular laser and aim it in a particular way at the moon, and then you'll get some sort of particular signal back. Is what I'm understanding and hearing. But like, do people get to bounce it at other parts of the moon and test? Do people get to shoot it at the sky where there isn't any moon and test if the signal comes back, or how does that work? Or is it just like
It
a super
doesn't.
specific team gets the fucking only 5 dudes gets to operate this thing? Like how do we test? How do people test this in real life?
Yo, you know what's funny? I just went to my calculator and put 1 divided by 1 times 10 to the 21. And didn't even bother giving me the decimal places. It just said 0 straight up.
Error.
I reduced some of the zeros on it, and then it finally gave me like 0.0000001. But for times 10 to the 21, it just said straight up 0.
But that's even under good conditions. That's what they get back.
How much did that change from when they initially got back a message in 60 whatever it was? Sorry.
It says right here, U.S. Army Signal Corps made the first attempt to touch another celestial body when on January 10th, 1946, it bounced a radio signal off the moon and received the reflected signals.
Those aren't lasers.
Right, but it's a like they're bouncing something off, right?
Yeah, that's true. Actually, it need not be a laser, a visible light. It could be just a radio signal.
Yes, because the moon's a solid object.
Huh?
Said the moon's a solid object.
I don't know if that necessarily
Verified.
applies, right? But
Verified how?
no, but the fact remains that light will be absorbed more than it's reflected sometimes. Well, I guess the radio signals are light too, but maybe for whatever reason the surface of the moon is more reflective to radio signals.
Well, yeah, anything
to
is more
infrared or
reflective.
to ultraviolet than it is to actual light. Who knows?
That's how you find people on the sea and shit, right? They put some sort of metal shit on their mast, and then you bounce some sort of radio signal, and you go find where they are, right? So, I mean, radio is used to find shit. So radar is, right?
I think just radio can be propagated, at higher
through the air
powers or
and
something.
through space. Yeah, no, like in radar, they literally use it to see where people are at.
Yeah. So 47 it was?
Yeah, that's what he said, yeah.
Yeah. It says 46 actually. January 10th,
university?
46.
I swear I remember reading it was a university that did it.
It says U.S. Army Signal Corps made the first attempt. Right there. January 10th, 1947. Could be wrong.
No, I doubt it's wrong. I just know that a university had done it before they went to the moon. Supposedly. Not necessarily that it was the first one.
Drop the link if you got it handy. No, please.
Give me a sec. I fucking left it. But yeah, so it should be around 23 years between the first time they bounced a radio signal off the moon and when they supposedly landed there during Apollo. Fuck. Oh.
Bless you, man. But yeah, left lane. So
okay, I have a link for whoever asked for it.
Yes, gee.
All I did was type in. I think. What did I type into Google? I just typed in first signal bounced off moon, literally into Google, and that's the first link I got. It says
so
Project
left lane, you're saying that with the reflectors we get better signals back, right? But is it possible that in the 20 years until they had went to the moon that they just, you know, kind of attenuated and fixed their method of shooting these radio signals so that it could be more efficient?
Yeah, and I want to know, like, how do you control for it being those radio reflectors? Like, are they shooting these signals everywhere across the moon and never really getting the response except over the Apollo mission sites? Like, how exactly? Where's the fucking like research and shit on this? Like, where are the people who fucking, you know?
Do they claim that they can aim the laser reflectors? That there's like a motor that they can redirect the angle that it reflects at?
There's no way they fucking claim that. If they do, yeah, if they claim that, I'm gonna fucking put the towel in.
So what the hell's special about it other than just being like this reflective thing?
Just gives it a target.
That's what I'm trying to fucking understand. Like,
It's
what
reflective.
exactly is the difference between shooting a laser at the moon and shooting a laser at this radio reflector on the moon? Like, how are we
So it
supposed
would
to
just
fucking
absorb the light if you just shoot it at the moon surface.
No, but my point is, look at the thing. It looks like this contraption, this machine. But
Does
really,
anyone have,
their thing
like,
could have
any-
been satisfied with just like a chrome sheet or like aluminum foil, you know, with a little bit of moon dust underneath it to have the angle that they want, right? There's no wind that's going to move it. Why does it need to be this weird looking machine?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I just want to know. I want to just know how people know there's a radio reflector on the moon. Like, what is the logic behind how they know that?
They don't.
That's my fucking.
What do you mean they don't?
Can you prove that there is one?
Because I left them there.
That's the story.
Right. No, wait. That's
right. You guys don't
claim.
believe in moon landings.
That's
Never
a
mind.
claim. I'm trying to fucking ask people, how do you know that those radio reflectors are on the moon? Like, how do you personally know?
Why don't you do some Google search and see which universities are doing laser reflector studies, and then go ask them.
Were you not listening the past 15 minutes? They were doing it before they had the reflectors there.
They were not lasering off the moon before they had the reflectors there. Who told you that?
First off, Geo mentioned that they did, and it was like the one thing. But that doesn't matter if it's a laser or not, because they could, like, laser is light.
Radio waves are not lasers.
Doesn't matter. It's still
Those aren't
light.
lasers.
The light reflects.
No, it's not. Radio waves are not light. Radio
What?
waves.
Radio
what?
isn't light?
No.
Really? Do you know what the difference between visible and non-visible light is?
They're electromagnetic frequencies.
Mm-hmm. Which is light.
Okay. I'm going to argue with you, Poe.
Have you heard of the term infrared light? Can you see infrared light? Or how about ultraviolet light? Can you see that too? Come on.
Whoa. Gone.
Didn't Mick Toon say that radio isn't light or something? He said something weird like that.
Yeah, he said that stupid thing like a week ago or so. And then someone like brought up the NASA citation calling it light. And he's claiming that NASA was wrong.
Oh, man, I love when they just throw everything out. Well, they're wrong. Tyson's wrong. NASA's wrong. Everybody's wrong except me.
I think Rumpus actually made the claim yesterday. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but that he doesn't understand basic physics. It was funny.
With regards to what topic?
Oh, we were talking about actually a few topics. Geodetic surveying. We're talking gravity. There was a couple of topics actually that were being spoken about, but I think it was just a broad sweeping claim actually.
Yeah.
I can't actually remember why Tyson's name got mentioned, but I do remember that, and I laughed when he said it. I thought it's a typical Rumpus statement. You don't understand the basics. And like if they're claiming that they're only getting one photon back to register this bounce,
I don't actually think that's a fucking claim. I don't think anyone's claiming that they got one photon in any fucking way. No one fucking claims that.
one photon back from whatever that insane figure was, 10 to the negative 21 or whatever percent might remember it.
Yeah, I'll post it. I'll post the quote right from that wiki article, the wiki page.
1
That's what
in
they claim.
10 times 21.
Yeah. So
I'm asking about the Geo. Can you send me the link for the 1962 laser one, please?
But my point was going to be, we are told that light does bounce off all surfaces. So it doesn't necessarily need retro reflectors up there to bounce off if light bounces off all surfaces.
Except a perfect black body.
Yes, which the
so
moon,
far doesn't exist.
Yeah, and the moon ain't that.
It's almost like they threw this deception that they only get one photon back, just in case like someone tries to do it themselves. They can be like, "Oh, well, you don't have the good conditions."
Or like a powerful enough laser, because if for every 10 to the 20th photons you shoot, you only get one back. You need something that's, shooting probably like 10 to the 30 fucking photons, right? Every second.
Look, you just got to get yourself a bigger baseball mitt to catch it.
Yeah, you might just need a couple $1 billion to afford the laser that's needed.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. As far as I
so the
understand,
only
it's a
so it says
proprietary
here,
laser.
it says here in the quote, the way they can identify it, these photons it's referring to, they can be identified, they being the photons, as originating from the laser because the laser is highly monochromatic. Just sounds like they're shooting a powerful enough laser to get enough photons bouncing back off the moon. I mean, couldn't you hypothetically point this fucking laser at any point on the moon, and if you shoot enough of it, enough photons, some of them will bounce back? Like, I don't. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm talking about my ass, but like, I don't know. It doesn't. I don't know. Something. I'm not sure I fully understand how they're proving that there's this reflector on the moon.
Well, I'd like to know, like, have they made this special sort of laser where it produces a special sort of frequency that is unique to it only, So now those photons have a very distinct signature that is unique to that only, and nothing else can produce this frequency. Because how would you distinguish that it is the photon coming from that particular laser, or say the light coming from stars or light pollution in the atmosphere? But I presume they kind of do this in the middle of nowhere, where there's maybe little light pollution. But anyway, yeah, any sort of light. How do you actually narrow it down? Or how have they? I suppose is a better
looks like they have the Apollo specific Apollo Lunar Lander Surface Experiment Package is what it's called. This basically goes through all this shit they took there. I don't know, man. Like, after looking through everything, I'm gonna be honest with you. The only thing they have left is this radio fucking ball or whatever the fuck, radio reflector. And if I can debunk this, then I would challenge anyone to fucking debate me on the moon. Yeah, so after looking into this, the laser you're gonna need is 6 figures, and the telescope you're gonna need to analyze the laser light coming back to you is around $15 million. So you need to at least basically have like 15 to $17 million to do this experiment.
That's a quick GoFundMe. We'll get that in a heartbeat.
Where's the party at?
Hey, Realm.
Sorry, mate. I don't know whether my volume's up or down or anything. I've just figured it out, mate. Figured it out. So, all right, mate. All right.
Yeah, man. Yep. Living the dream, as I do. So,
Yeah. All good, man. I've got an ambulance up my arse, so it's all right. I'll just pull over. Yeah. I know. Sorry, mate.
No, I said
Sorry, mate.
as long as the ambulance ain't for you.
I know, that's cool. It's all gone now. It's all gone. Yeah. Sorry if I sometimes like barge into conversations because I've got like 2 seconds left, and then like everyone's like, "What the fuck is he on about?" So, I guess I get satisfaction for myself, and yes, I do leave some people like wondering maybe what he's talking. But yeah, what are you guys talking about? I just joined, obviously.
It's been pretty quiet for the last little bit, so nothing really. So if you want to bring up something, the floor is yours.
Just a couple of things. Like yesterday, there would have been 24 hours ago. There was a guy on here, and he was like, "Oh, you guys are fucking dicks," and he was getting really irate. And you guys are talking about time dilation and stuff like this, and everyone's like, "Oh, it's this, then the other, blah, blah, blah." And then, and the guy's like, "Do you know what it is?" And I said, "Well, I'm going to be honest and say, well, I haven't looked it up, so I don't know word for word what it is. But in fact, it was pretty much what I described, and it was to do with the further away you are from the center of gravity, then you're going to experience time dilation. But that's going to be the same case because your radius has got bigger, your diameter has got bigger, you're further away. It's just such one of those. Even a kid could have come up with that, if you know what I mean. But that time dilation and experiencing atomic clocks. But are our atomic clocks not on the satellites, which is probably what you said? The discussion was said. So these little microscopic differences in time and stuff like that, it's one thing, but if we don't actually use we use it 24 hours, but like our sun actually arrives 2 hours later in the morning, 2 minutes later, and it sets 2 minutes earlier in the evening. And that's how they say, well, the meteorologists, that's how they determine how long a day is, by using the light and not the actual physical, and not seeing the sun. But anyway, there's other things that come into it, and it's like, all these things that, anyway, that was that. And then the other thing is, there's this fella called Snell. Yeah, do you guys talk about refraction?
Snell's law.
Yeah, now check this, man. Snell as well measured the what's the right word to say? He measured the 1 degree. Yeah, 1 degree, and he measured it at 107.395. And then you had the Paris meridian survey. Because their meridian was about 2.5 degrees right of where it is now, and they got 107.9, and it's like you look at all these things, and everyone's coming up with like less than 108, and it should be 111.11, right? And it's like when people think, oh well, it's this and that, and actually it never stuck because nobody sort of agreed with them, if that makes sense. They're like, oh well, it can't be, and they ended up moving the Paris meridian to the where it is now, we got the prime meridian, but they were not at the same. Maybe it was what's the right word? Angle. They weren't flush. Like the Paris meridian ended up going past to the right of the North Pole. You know, and you're thinking, why would their meridian? You don't quite know where their North Pole was. But like when they've done the experiments, it's like Barcelona and Dunkirk. They're not on the same meridian. But yet their meridian, the Paris meridian, was the same meridian. So you're like, well, are you telling me they've actually like twisted what's going on or whatever? It's really interesting, like, you know, the French sciences and stuff like that. Out of all the academics in the world, nobody was given money. And then the French, this King Louis, something like that in France, he was giving these people money for research. So we started progressing into research because we were getting the funding, you know. And then they started doing these measurements. And this 107.395 for Snell. Snell himself measured that using triangles and chains on the ground, yeah? Yeah, and I'm kind of... I like to get a recap with you because you sort of like know where I am. And where I'm at the moment, I'm going back to this, you know, the Gherkin building in London?
No, not personally, no. No,
It looks
not
like
personally.
it looks like an Easter egg. You'd have to, if you could look up the
No,
Gherkin.
I know. Yeah, I know the building you're talking about now. I just didn't the Gherkin. Yeah, I've seen.
I knew it, mate. I'm just getting your humour. Yeah, I get you. It's like, can I borrow your toilet? You can borrow it, but make sure you put it back, yeah?
Yeah.
That sort of thing, yeah. So that building, the Gherkin, I mean, I was onto this rugby ball type of cone, pine cone, all sorts of shit. But this Gherkin is flat-sided, and then we're trying to have to figure out, well, if it's flat-sided, then you've got a north and a pole, a north and a south pole. I know this whole flat thing and all that, but I'm really working on it, like just trying to think, well, how can I see the star trails and shit like that? It's all these things putting together, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So what did Snell measure using chains and triangles? Time dilation?
No. Sorry, I was making two different points. Sorry.
Refraction.
I guess they were using refraction as the difference between what they actually measured and what actually was meant to be. So they use that difference of when he measures 108 and there's 111. Well, they tell us 111, and they use that difference of 3 kilometers, and they use it as a fraction or error, or you know. But it seems that everybody seems to be coming up with the same errors. So if this makes the meter like 97 centimeters long every time, and I've said this before, but the impact on that is something like 2-3 degrees different error, like longitude and latitude. It could be, yeah. I mean, if you think about the implications of taking 3, like for every degree, if you think about the implications of taking, like, say 3.5 kilometers off each degree, how does that impact the entire metric system? You would have to rewrite everything, wouldn't you? If you know what I'm saying? Like, to write everything and then realise that it's not correct, you're just going to have to fucking forge it, aren't you?
Sorry, I'm still thinking about Snell and him working out refraction using chains and triangles.
No. Because okay, apologies. I came to this thing just to clear up something I mentioned yesterday about time dilation, space-time. It's the same thing. Now, on a separate note, Snell had a Snell's law, and he's about refraction, about the index, ice, and fucking different bits and pieces, and then the water being 1 1/3 refraction, right? And And the same fella also measured what the length of a degree was using the ground. Because he looked up at the stars and he said 1 degree of arc is 107.39. I mean, that's 107.395 kilometers per degree. So that's a big error. So
well, it's not small, that's for sure.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're missing 4 kilometers from every degree, that's 360. Round it off to 333 kilometers. You have to make up for. If you times 0.97 times 10,000, you're going to get 9,700. So you're already 333 kilometers adrift. At 333, you're going to be. You're adrift in hour terms, or in meter terms. Yeah, they would have to make up. There's 3 degrees. This is about 3-degree error. Latitude above the equator. Then does that mean there's 3 degrees error below the equator? And you're going to hide these 3 degrees at the poles, aren't you? Because that's where no one goes. But you're hiding these 3 degrees, but it also means that your equator is going to be wrong as well. Which means that it ties into all our measurements and everything. It's just, for most people, they think, oh, well, yeah, they've done this and they've done that. It fucking means the speed of light. It means everything. It's like, here's another interesting one, right? There's concert pitch and there's scientific pitch. And scientific pitch, is that what they use in science? And that is, in the note C, is 261.62 hertz. That's what we use in music. But science uses 256. And 256, as we know, modem speed, etc., etc., etc. The magic number 432.
You're talking about the pitch or the hertz? 256 hertz.
Hertz, yeah. So the scientists use 256 and we use 261. So most probably a split so that we don't end up interfering with each other. It also, the difference between those is roughly the same as the error on the meter. It's about 97% of what it should be. I'm going to go. I'll be listening. I'm just having a smoke.
You're right, bro.
I was just about to ask him a question because I bumped in, and I was wondering what experiment were you talking about that showed the error in the meter?
Well, they were using things like there's 2 types of telescopes. So were they using 2 convex lenses or a convex and a concave lens? I've got the article, but I can't look at it at the moment. But if you look up, Snell, I think he's using one of the 2, but one of them makes something appear closer or bigger than it should. So one of the telescopes is no good. But yes, I guess the Galileo. No, Galileo is 2 convex, and Snell would have used the convex and concave lenses on his telescope. Or
well, there are errors in all measuring, isn't there? Now, obviously, whatever method you use, there's going to be greater error, but if you use a consistent thing to measure things, those measurements can still be consistent. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're not hiding things, say at the north and south realm, but those measurements can still be consistent and still to scale.
yeah, I reckon they had no set format of time back then. They had an arbitrary measure of time being the heartbeat of the fucking king or something. And also, at the same time, the stars move forward or westward by 4 minutes a day. So when you say consistent it's consistently moving, yes, and it's moving a bit more. But did they know it was moving a bit more because they couldn't measure time? But they could. It's about getting all the facts down and a timeline and saying, right, this is when it happened, that's when it happened, this is when it happened, and then you're like, well, there's no way they could have done that before they've done that. And loads of people are coming up with the same thing. So I think what they've done is they've taken the Paris meridian, which was slightly tilted to the right or angled to the right, and then they've said, right, but the new GMT line, everybody agreed at the Washington DC fucking events, 1884, whatever, and they all agreed that's going to be our meridian. But the Paris people were still using their meridian, which was off. I would say their North Pole was different or something. And even like old pictures and diagrams will show you the illustrations always, the words never stand the test of time, but the illustrations do, and the image. And the images are conflicting where they've actually made this Paris meridian like it's fuck knows, mate, I don't know. But for them not measuring, for the meter to be established, the meter is part of everything. And if that's wrong, it fucks everything up.
But if the meter is wrong, if the meter is wrong, right? Just say, for argument's sake, a meter is actually 1.1 meters, right? And we'll take that as a given, right? That the meter is actually 1.1 meters, and this is how we measure everything in 1.1 meters. But the scale of everything that we measure that with is going to be consistent.
Yes,
right?
but it'll have nothing to do with Earth.
Sorry, it'll have nothing to do with Earth, did you say?
Yeah. Yeah, so it won't be geometrical, it will be arbitrary. So if you're talking about geometry and stuff like that, etc., but it's sorry, I was in traffic. If you haven't measured the Earth and you've come up with a measurement system, and then you make your lands and everything based on that, you go backwards, and then you make them join up, don't you?
Yeah, but you can still hide lands, so to speak, right? Using the current measurement system that they have, because you can make any coordinate system fit any shape you want. That's not a very difficult thing mathematically to make a coordinate system actually fit a shape.
If you look at the gherkin, you'll see the gherkin is not meridians going straight to the top. Meridians are going sideways or at an angle, just like the ISS moves around us. If our coordinate system is actually that in reality against the shape, then it means that we're never going to get there. What we're looking at is we base our coordinate system of something that's moving in the sky, but doesn't necessarily mean it's our north and south pole, which we know, but it's like I say. I mean, if we think that all lines go up, and actually that they drift to the left by 10 degrees at the extremity of the poles, or 3 degrees. But that 3 degrees noticeable at London would only be about 300 feet, which that is the case.
Yeah.
Does that mean that my dick isn't actually as long as I thought it was?
They never are, Laurie. They never are.
in relation. Yeah. Even if you measure your dick, you're still going to have a 1 in 500 error. So you probably won't notice it if your dick ain't, you won't notice it because the increments that you're using, the measure that you're using, can only get to 1 in 500, I reckon. But yeah, sorry, on your dick you can get into 1 in 10,000 and stuff like that. But on a massive scale of things,
would would you agree, Laurie? Would you agree, Laurie? And I think you would, that you could make any coordinate system actually fit any shape that you wanted to mathematically. That can be done, can't it?
I'm not exactly sure what you mean, but I'm guessing if I'm correct in where you're going. Yes.
Yeah. I think you do kind of know where I'm going. Like, if I have a coordinate system and I want to apply that coordinate system to a shape, I can do that mathematically. I can and make it fit, whether it's a sphere, a square, a pyramid, a donut, whatever. I can actually make it do it. Yeah.
Yeah, but from all directions and all angles and everything, I would say a sphere is the only thing that would sort everybody's argument if they wanted a mathematical platform. A sphere is going to pretty much be the same measurements from all angles, all this, all that, and we'll do and they'll do whatever. Yeah, I think a sphere is the only thing that mathematically works because they don't use a Cartesian grid, so it's not a grid as we think. So to use a coordinate system that I guess on land, when we use our grid north and maps and all that, they are all using Cartesian. So all the lands.
I'm going to because you're right into all this realm. I'm going to pop a link in the live chat for your viewing pleasure, and it might help you with some things. Maybe like I said, it just kind of is going along what I just said. You can make any coordinate system actually fit any shape you want. Sort of
Cool,
thing.
man. I'll have a look at that. I've got to go off now.
Yeah. Too easy.
So you're going to put that in the text, yeah?
Yeah, I put it in Livestream 1 text. It's Trulin, azimuthal transformation and flat Earth physics. It just kind of demonstrates how you can get any coordinates. You can get a coordinate system and make it apply to any shape and make it work.
I found it. Yeah.
Yeah. You may get something out of it. You may not, but this is kind of your.
See, this is the thing. This is the thing. The left diagram in the first diagram. I love looking pictures. The left picture says Cartesian coordinates, but there's not one Cartesian coordinate there. And I think people think that we use a grid system, but the grid doesn't converge because it's a grid. It's like grid paper. It's never going to converge. And when you're looking at here, there's nothing Cartesian about this. It's just segmented. That's what that's where I come in and say, well, we pretty much use something very close to a Cartesian system, but there's no Cartesian space. Cartesian space. No, I don't agree with what I'm seeing here. I know I can read up stuff, but obviously diagrams to a person that is diagrams explain a lot of things. But we'll never know. We'll know one day, hopefully, and we shouldn't be too quick to say to other people, "Oh, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong." It's not that case, because we have to accept all the evidence and make sense of it. So yeah, I will read through this because this is something I haven't seen before. So it's all cool, man. It's all cool.
Yeah, no, this is something that Jerry dropped about a month ago. That and it's just like, okay, then that, without going too much into it, because this ain't my passion. Looking at all this sort of stuff, it kind of on the surface level, without kind of looking into it too much, I go, oh yeah, that kind of makes sense. But like I said, I haven't really looked too much into it, so probably my train of thinking could probably be.
Yeah, all good, all good. Just a quick exercise to kind of think about the implications of it not being a meter, the implications on the flat Earth, for example, our flat Earth, if they are hiding 3 degrees in the north, would they have to do that in the south? Would they have to do that longitudinally wise? Because there's you could round off and just say, look, we're talking about 3% area here. So you would have to create another 3 degrees longitude. You would have to create another 3 degrees latitude at least. And that makes the map even bigger. So we can start taking the North Pole and lifting it up so that we can pull the sides in towards the center. Then the circumference becomes smaller, more of a cone shape. You know, and that's where I was at. And then I even reduced the surface area even more by having 2 cone shapes touching, you know, their noses touching, all sorts. And then I ended up with a number 8, you know, like an infinity sign, flat Earth, one side bottom, one side top. But I'm going off that now because what we experience flat-wise and stuff like that, it's somewhere between an upright fucking rugby ball and a fucking donut, you know. And then you're like, well, you got a fucking sphere. No, no, not like that. It's something fucking so close to flat, but yet spherical at the same time, and it's just trying to.
If you subtract something from one area, you got to add something to another area.
Correct. That's exactly what I've been on about. They've done that in the Pacific. 20. I mean, I'm going to say 3 degrees in the Pacific. You know, I've worked out it was like 20. I had the worst case of 26.6. Was it 26? Yeah, it was like 21.6 degrees in the Pacific longitude, and about 6.6 degrees in the Atlantic longitude. And exactly, if you're going to do something one end, you have to do the opposite on the other axis. So definitely, yeah. If you've made a mistake, then you've hidden a small area up in the north. Oh, it's a fucking load thing, man. Right, I've got to go. Love you guys.
All right, man. All right.
Take care.
Catch you, man.
So they are doing a Pacific trim.
Yeah, something like that, Laurie. Something like that. Who knows? When are you going to get into reality realm? In Laurie, when are you going to get into reality? You're close. I can feel you. You are so close. I can feel you're teetering. You're teetering.
Yeah. I actually need to get into reality quite soon because I have a translation work I need to finish. That's reality for me.
Oh, you got some homework to do, buddy.
Yeah, but I'm currently drinking morning coffee still, so I'm still gonna finish that.
Yeah. Get ready. Get all geared up. So how long do you have to go before you complete your course?
Translation.
Yeah.
I still have 3 years. Like I'm doing a BA and then masters. I'll finish my BA next year, and then the masters is 2 years, so I have 3 more years to go.
Right. Nice. Well, that could take you to a lot of interesting places doing that, couldn't it?
Yeah, hopefully it does. Like this is sort of I see it as my chance at getting back to life. Like I had many years where I wasn't employed. I was just not doing anything special. Like I was still active in my local Pentecostal church, which was actually quite helpful because I got experience in dealing with children, having kids camps, and like doing video and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I used to do like shoot video for the Pentecostal conference here in Finland and stuff like that. So even still, like I didn't get paid, but I got good experience. But as many years as I had not being employed, it doesn't look that great on a CV.
No.
So at some point it becomes a problem. And also, when you age, you kind of have to start at some point, actually getting a degree, getting into a job that you like, and a thing that you can actually do.
Yes.
I'm almost 40 now, so I see this as like my chance of getting actually into something.
Yeah. And I suppose the also too the field that you're going down, Laurie, unlike a lot of avenues, especially when you're talking, say, the physical labour avenues where it takes wear and tear on your body. This is something you can do well and truly past the quote unquote normal retirement age of people.
Yep,
too.
sure.
Yeah, my boys do Japanese, and they've been doing it for the last must be the last 4 years now. They've been doing it. They love it. They absolutely love it. And I was supposed to do a student exchange thing, which is basically a student from Japan comes over to Australia. They stay with a family, and then students from Australia would go over to Japan and stay with a host family. And you get to experience, the culture and ways like firsthand to help you, just to help you, understand it better, and hopefully, that's a way too, I suppose, of speed learning, living all amongst it. But the whole the big pandemic and all that sort of stuff put a big damper on all that for them, unfortunately. So everything was knocked on the head. And they were shattered. They were shattered, actually, absolutely shattered, when that kind of got knocked on the head.
Yeah, I think it's similar here in Finland. Like many people had to put that to a hold. I'm not even thinking about that because I'm kind of slow moving in relation to a lot of things. So I don't feel quite comfortable yet going to a language exchange, but I'm planning to do that. It's no longer mandatory. It used to be mandatory in the English program. It no longer is, but I'm still thinking of doing it. It's just I have to figure out when is the correct time to actually do it. I'm thinking at the end of my master's.
So is English and I presume Finnish? You speak Finnish too?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. So then you'd be trilingual then, yeah?
Bilingual,
Not
roughly speaking.
Yeah. So
Well, depends on how many languages you count, because I also am studying currently Japanese, and I'm studying French. I've been studying German at some point. So if you count all of them, technically speaking, I don't know how many lingual I am.
Yeah, but to be a translator, you'd have to be proficient in whatever language you're going to do.
Sure. So at this point, it's just English and Finnish as far as translation goes. Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Yeah, we had a friend that got a job as a interpreter over the phone, Laurie, because a lot of services here offer a interpreter service. So, and she was able to actually do this from home, and it was like a conference call type of thing, and she'd listen in and translate from one to the other. And back then, she got some really good money back then for doing it. It was extremely well remunerated.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, it's good that someone gets paid well, or someone got paid well.
Yeah.
What I've been hearing is oftentimes translators, interpreters, like they are overworked and underpaid. So I learned this during my first year. So I was like, well, why did I decide to study this exactly if we're so underpaid and overworked?
Yeah. Well, I think that's a complaint with just about everyone, overworked
Yeah,
and underpaid.
absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's no escaping it. You can't, like, it goes on in every field.
Yeah.
It actually is quite interesting studying a field like for a longer time, because you start to develop networks of people that we just had a Japanese culture like event in our university, and we were like, the theme was ghost stories and like the transcendental and stuff like that. And I bumped into a guy who has been doing translations of manga into Finnish. So I kind of personally know a person that does translation from Japanese to Finnish.
Nice. No. Do you like the Japanese culture? Or what was the actual attraction to initially go down the Japanese path?
Well, I sort of almost got stuck with it. I'm really interested in Chinese, so right when I got in, I picked all the courses of Chinese that I can in here. But that's only 2 courses. They don't have anything more. They had 2 language courses and then 1 culture side course, which I haven't done yet. But I did both of those 2 language courses last year. So this year, couldn't study Chinese anymore without changing to a different university or doing it remotely or something, and that was a hassle to set up. And I was a bit late with it, and I had to pick a minor in order to actually get going with it, because I'm already on my 2nd year and I need to have minor studies during my bachelor's. So absolutely, you gotta get started on that the 2nd year in minimum.
Yep.
So I kind of was stuck because I've been my plan was I'm gonna take a 2nd language as a minor and see if I can develop that into a language pair as well, in addition to English and Finnish. And I was thinking of French because I've studied French before. But the problem with that was there's actually an entrance exam that you have to pass in order to get French as a minor. And I was figuring that I will most likely not pass the entrance exam. So I will most likely not be able to have French as a minor. And the only language that they offer here that doesn't have that kind of an exam was Japanese. So I was like, oh, okay, then let's try Japanese. Why not?
Right. Yeah. So it's kind of by default in a roundabout way.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and then I also was thinking that, well, it isn't exactly the same thing as Chinese, but maybe I can start sort of developing this kind of Asia focus more generally and study languages from Asia.
Yes.
Funnily enough, I still don't like the Japanese language that much. I'm not sure why.
Oh.
It may
It
be
is.
because too many people are into it because of manga and all that stuff. I mean, it's a stupid thing to not be interested about a language, but there you go.
Yeah.
I've been much more interested in the culture side of things. Like I've been studying old Japanese music and musical instruments, and then now I'm currently reading on Japanese literature.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And my boys are right into the anime, and they have a lot of sites that they download all the latest anime from.
Yeah.
And there's two versions you can get. You can get the dubbed versions, or you can get the original versions. And they always watch the original versions that aren't dubbed, and still it's got
Yep.
the Japanese dialect. And I've watched a couple with them. And I'm just laughing because I can't understand what they're saying, or what you can kind of understand what's going on by the obviously by the visuals, but
Yeah.
what they're actually saying to each other and whatnot. But my boys were saying that when you watch the dubbed versions, and the dubbed versions are done pretty well, they said you still lose something in translation. Like there's just the nuances that kind of get lost, and
Yep.
they notice it now. Seeing as well, now they are uh, fluent in it, and that may be
Yep.
the wrong word, but they are very good at it. Like they'll hold conversations between themselves speaking Japanese,
Oh yeah.
knowing
Yep.
that I can't understand anything. And and when you listen to them, it's just like listening to two people having a normal conversation. They aren't
Yep.
they're not thinking about the words. They're not thinking about what word is for
Yep.
this word, and vice versa. They're just having a fluent conversation,
Yep.
and it actually helps them in all aspects of their learning too. I think being bilingual helps with everything, with their obviously with their English, with their maths, with their science. It just you're just opening up, I suppose, another part of your brain, absorbing more information. It's
Yep.
quite.
Yeah, that's nice.
Mm.
I was sort of reading between the lines that they watch the anime without subtitles.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
Yep.
that in and of itself is already a sign of fluency in the language.
Mm. Yeah. They actually had to do, Laurie. I don't know if I've told you ever, but they had to do a school ad to promote the Japanese class, and they had to do it on video. So they did it, and as a reward for doing it, their Japanese teacher had a hobby. And it's really cute because what she did, she got a grain of rice, and she actually wrote their name in Japanese on a grain of rice, and it's suspended in the middle of a test tube. It's really fan. You get a magnifying glass and you look at it, and the detail at which she has written their name in Japanese on a grain of rice is incredible. Really, it's incredible. Yeah.
You actually hear some interesting stories studying Japanese culture. Like I mentioned, we had the Japanese Culture Day, or it was sort of an event for 2 days, and the theme was like ghost stories and the transcendental and spirits and all that stuff. And the Japanese and Asians in general, like their approach to those things are very different to modern Western thinking in a lot of ways. The guest lecturer that we had told a personal story. She was visiting some Japanese place, and there was this old woman who sort of was a hermit type, like she lived by herself, and that's way unusual in the Japanese culture. No one lives by themselves. So they were like on this campsite, like around a fire eating or something, and suddenly this old woman living by herself just started speaking in a very rough, harsh, manly voice, and started gulping down the food in a way like that's very not fitting a old gentle Japanese woman. And my teacher was like, what the hell is going on? Why is she speaking like this and acting like this? And when the situation had passed, she asked everyone around her, like, what was that? And they were like, yeah, she got possessed by the local demon.
Oh, that's gold. That is so cool.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, this stuff happens all the time. It's nothing to really bother yourself about. It's just normal. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah, just another one of those possessions. Don't think anything of it.
Yeah.
Wasn't it back in the day when they used to? What was it? Was it witches? They used to, if you're a witch, they'd throw you in the water, and if you drowned, you weren't a witch, sort of thing. But if you floated, you were a witch. So regardless, you were dead.
Yeah, that's crazy stuff.
It is pretty crazy, isn't it? Like, so either way, you're doomed. Either way, you're doomed.
Yeah. I found that demon story particularly interesting. Like I'm a Pentecostal, so I've heard a lot of that stuff, and I was in a situation myself once that could be interpreted as a possession. But it's very much different hearing that on a secular university lecture, just hearing someone tell about a possession story like that. And the lecturer was, I think her approach was quite wise. Like, she wasn't like making any grand statements about what the afterlife life is about, or she wasn't making statements about God or anything like that. She was just telling the story and letting us decide what to do with it. Like, absolutely, it happened to her. How we explain it is then up to ourselves. And you can try explaining it just psychologically, like, okay, these states happen, and how would we explain that? But even the fact that, psychologically speaking, those states actually do happen, that's already a strange thing for a Westerner to think about.
It is interesting, different cultures and how you look at life and the world in general.
Yep.
I don't know if it's I've noticed with the Asian people, I'm going to put them kind of all under the one bracket, whether that's Indian, Chinese, Japanese, Asian people, right? And all these different people. One thing I've kind of noticed about them compared to us Westerners, so to speak, Anglo-Saxon type, or whatever label I'm looking for, is the respect and care that they give to their elderly. I think is chalk and cheese.
Oh yeah.
The older generation are held in such high regard and high respect, and they're cared for and looked after and noticed and actually called upon, Laurie, for their wisdom, where we don't tend to do it like that, which is something I think we could learn from the Asian culture myself. But
oh yeah, absolutely. Well, I think I gotta get going and get started on the translation work now, but it was nice having a chat, man.
Too easy, Laurie. All right, buddy. Catch you later, man.
Cheers.